Morning, everybody. I declare open this hearing of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee into the impact of mitigation of aircraft noise. For the benefit of witnesses, I'm the Acting Chair, Senator Richard Colbeck, and I'm joined today by Senator Lisa Darmanin. And I thank all witnesses for appearing today, and I also welcome members of the public who've come to observe. Before we start, I would like to remind everyone that these are official parliamentary proceedings. A Hansard record will be prepared and the discussions are being broadcast. I understand that there are members of the public who have attended today and are hoping to provide statements to the committee during our community open session this afternoon. We thank you for your interest. It is always important to hear from people with direct experience of the issues we are looking at, and this has been our practice through other hearings during this inquiry. Interest in this community session has been strong. We have 8 speakers lined up who have contacted us in advance of the hearing. We'll try to get as many as we can, but we are limited to 40 minutes for that session, so your patience and understanding is appreciated. Anyone who has not been able to be accommodated in the community session is welcome to provide a written statement, which will be accepted by the committee and become part of the evidence for the inquiry. If you are one of our scheduled speakers or would like to provide a written statement today or following the hearing, please see James at the Secretariat table during one of the breaks. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of the evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses have the right to request to be heard in camera. Before we start, I'd like to remind everyone that these are official parliamentary proceedings. We've done that. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I now welcome Mr. Robert Higgins, representing Sorrel Council. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses as giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Good morning, Senate. It's Robert Higgins, General Manager of Sorrel Council.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins, for your time today. Would you like to make an opening statement?
If I could, thank you. As provided in our submission, Sorrel Council acknowledges and welcomes the Senate Committee's inquiry into the impacts of aircraft noise in capital cities and regional towns with those associated terms of reference. Council does not have a formal position on these matters. Instead, this statement serves to detail Council's experiences with and advocacy on behalf of community members affected by aircraft noise in the municipality that commenced with the introduction of changed flight paths in 2017, when Air Services Australia released a draft Hobart airspace proposed design review for consultation with stakeholders and the community in conjunction with the implementation of the STAR flight path over Dunalley and Madonna. Council participated in engagement activities between October of 2018 and January 2019, advocating for the community impacted by the STAR flight path and subsequent revisions made to flight path locations, in particular runway RNP-AR in 2019. The Air Services Australia consultation summary report from these engagements was released in February of 2019. In April 2022, Air Services Australia completed the Hobart airspace post-implementation review for the Hobart flight path changes implemented in 2019. The review considered alternative proposals from community and industry engagement. These proposals were categorised into 2 packages, necessitating further community consultation held in October and November of 2022, which included a survey on noise abatement procedure options. In August of 2023, Air Services Australia announced that the noise abatement procedure trial would not proceed, which resulted in further community concern and disappointment. After this decision, in November of 23, Air Services Australia announced that announced the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman had reviewed this decision and requested Air Service Australia reconsider this outcome. Air Service Australia recommenced community engagement in the locations of Dodgers Ferry, Primrose Sands and Dunalley in April of 2024. Surrey Council is cognisant that Air Service Australia and the aircraft industry must consider various parameters such as community, environmental efficiency and safety factors in their consultation process, and we've remained engaged with Air Service Australia in response to supporting the wellbeing of the municipality's community members. Surrey Council acknowledges the introduction in 2019 of Runway 30 RNP-AR has led to increased community anxiety and frustration, particularly for those directly affected by this flight path overflowing Fawcett, Carlton River and Primrose Sands. The growing evidence of Runway 30's exacerbation in public health issues and impacts has led to ongoing communication with and formal requests to Council from community and councillors, as evidenced most recently as per our December 2023 Council Annual General Meeting, and subsequent to that, our January, February and April 2024 Ordinary Council meetings, inclusive of a detailed community survey report adopted by Council at that April meeting. Specific to this inquiry's terms of reference from the community survey report are increased severity of mental health issues within the municipality that directly correlated with aircraft noise from Runway 30 exceeding World Health Organisation recommendations for safe noise exposure, environmental concerns regarding low-flying planes emitting kerosene into the air, and environmental concerns regarding contamination of tank water with aviation soot in a community dependent on tank water. This has been acknowledged by Air Services Australia and documented by the International Civil Aviation Organisation to directly impact air quality and human health for those exposed up to heights of 3,000 feet and below. Council's most recent advocacy actions in support of the community call for mitigating impacts has been to contact all Tasmanian senators. This has resulted in all senators acknowledging our engagement, advising Council and the community of this Senate inquiry process, and I was able to attend individual meetings with Senators Tyrrell, Chandler, Askew and McKim. So throughout this time from 2017, Council's made various submissions to Air Services Australia reviews. When the opportunity was provided, we've facilitated an Air Service Australia briefing with councillors in October of last year and provided a summary of those discussions to the community. We've encouraged residents to use available external avenues, including Air Services Australia complaint process, the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman, state and federal government elected members and agencies, and councillors have attended in person when they can at various engagement opportunities. So as a concluding statement, the community and council has been advocating for pragmatic mitigation actions, inclusive of reviewing the flight path to instead adopt the Runway 30 RNAV route or equivalent that results in fewer residential properties being flown over at lower altitudes.
Thank you, Mr Higgins. You mentioned the proposed noise abatement trial not proceeding. What was the rationale that was provided to you for not going ahead with that process?
I'll have to refer to my notes in detail, but I mean, Air Service Australia obviously have a range of factors they need to consider in determining where flights can enter and exit Hobart Airport.
What was the genesis of the suggestion for the trial? Was it something community suggested, or was it something that had come through other processes from the airport, for example, or from Air Services Australia? Where did the concept of a noise abatement trial come from?
My understanding, Chair, is it principally came from community feedback. And
so what were the what were the key features of the abatement trial that you're aware of? I can talk to others about it later, of course.
Well, it was around the notion of sort of sharing impacts, if you like, as far as, it's obviously the airport has been there for some time. There are residents to the north and to the south, principally, of the airport approach and departure routes. So we've always advocated for a pragmatic approach to getting planes in and out, which has the minimum amount of impact to residents. So there are certain locations where that is more easily achieved than others. And the view that sort of council has expressed when they've had the opportunity is that, which I think has been reinforced by the community, is to choose locations where there are the fewest amount of residents impacted. So over time, from 2017, from the initial flight path change, the star route over Dunalley-Madonna, that certainly triggered a range of responses from those residents, and then with each successive change, it's in some respects, it's obviously shifted impacts. And so the position of council from a pragmatic point of view is there are opportunities where flight path could be located which has impacts the fewest number of residential properties.
You talked about the emissions and the impacts on tank water. Are you aware of any measurements of those impacts? So that obviously the concerns have been expressed. There are, from what you've said, thresholds that exist under international standards, but are you aware of any actual measurements of
No, I'm not sure.
those matters?
I'm not sure. That was what was contained in that community survey report that was provided to council earlier this year. So I'm just reflecting what was contained within that document.
Do you know if Fair Services or Hobart Airport have done any measurement work, or?
I'm not aware, Chair.
Okay. How would you characterise Air Services' approach to the consultation process? What's your experience been as a council?
Well,
I mean, you can reflect the community feedback if you like.
Yeah.
That's your experience.
Well, personally, I haven't participated in many of those engagement activities. I've certainly, as I've indicated in my statement and our submission, have provided, when the opportunities arisen, have provided a formal response from council at the right time on behalf of community. Certainly the feedback we've received is the community has not felt that the engagement process has been particularly well structured or run, or that necessarily the results from the feedback provided are considered reasonably. So I think there's been a case where there's different individuals involved throughout this, because we're talking 7 years worth of consultation on and off. So there's I guess a challenge there in having the same people involved throughout on behalf of Air Services Australia. But certainly the feedback is that the methodology approached and the manner in which the feedback is then dealt with has been fairly unsatisfactory to residents.
The advice we have is that as services are conducting a trial using a long approach to runway 30 between 2 and 8 p.m. Have you had any reports or advice as to respect of the impact of that trial?
No, I haven't, Chair.
Okay. Senator Dumner.
Thank you. I was going to ask about whether council's received any feedback on the impact or change in the noise level since the 6-month trial, but just in response to the previous question, it sounds like you don't have any. Is that right?
No, I haven't said a no.
No. Okay. Your submission notes that Air Services recommenced the community engagement in the locations of Dodgers Ferry, Primrose Sands and Denali on the 29th of April this year. Do you know how that engagement is progressing?
Subsequent to that, I do not. I had a range of councillors attend some or all of those sessions, and there was a view that as those sessions progressed, the approach improved, but it's challenging for Air Services Australia in that residents have been impacted for a number of years, and I think are fairly clear that they are of the view their views have not been considered particularly seriously, or taken, or any subsequent actions implemented as a result. So the feedback I received from councillors was there was certainly some fairly high emotions expressed at those sessions, and I think it's. I don't think it was deliberate, well certainly wasn't deliberate, but just the manner in which the engagement's been done just hasn't really landed, for want of a better term, with the residents affected. This seems to have been some fundamental issues from the commencement of this process.
And just on the consultation, I think in response to Senator Colbeck, you talked about, I guess, reflections on the process and effectiveness or otherwise of the community consultation via the residents. But has there been any direct consultation between council, like officers and the like, with Air Services Australia around this? And can you comment on the process in that regard?
Yes, certainly, Senator. So council has had direct contact with Air Services over the time, and we've had very professional collegiate dealings with them. I think the issue has been that we're not, as an organisation, we're not directly impacted as opposed to residents who are. So we can be a bit more dispassionate about it. But my dealings with them, and more particularly last year, where we sought a briefing from them to council, that was certainly done very professionally and very thoroughly. I think what has hurt the whole process is from the commencement, the engagement didn't hit the mark and really did more harm than good, to be honest. And from that, it's been very difficult for Air Services to be, for want of a better term, to be sort of broadly taken at their word by the community, just by virtue of how the process has been done. And the community are better to answer themselves, but I don't know to what extent they've been able to understand the process, or have had the process explained to them as well. It's quite complicated. It's also fairly, understandably for these types of matters, quite regimented as well. So it's not an easy process to run successfully.
I guess as a council, like, you'd have to run community consultation over a whole range of other things unrelated to flight paths. What do you say is kind of missing from your experience in running effective community engagement, and what kinds of things would hit the mark with the community to improve the processes, do you think? Well,
I would never claim to be very good at community engagement or to do it successfully 100% of the time. Any GM
Lots of lessons, I'm sure.
Any GM that says that is lying. It's so difficult for a subject matter like this. It's going to be extremely difficult to do it successfully when the end result is going to be there are going to be some people who are unable to be satisfied. So it's difficult to go into that process thinking we're going to be able to get an outcome because we'll be able to accommodate or deal with this issue impacting this person or persons to their satisfaction. So, and I think that you can see from the submissions and the manner in which the residents have organised themselves over this time, they're very intelligent and diligent and serious about this issue. So thinking that they'll just accept what you're going to say at face value, or if it just, unfortunately, at the commencement, the engagement wasn't done particularly well, and that unfortunately set the tone for the remainder. And I can't point to what in particular it was or how you would fix that. But
And so set the tone and the engagement at the beginning, like what exactly was that turned it sour? Is it the length of time or something else?
to cast my mind back now, I think it was more the general approach and I think possibly expectation of the people involved that either the public understood the process and the restrictions that apply to Air Services Australia in a formal sense, or maybe they just underestimated the extent to which the residents were impacted by and unsatisfied with the changes from those flight path alterations.
Okay, thank you. Just one more question. So Air Services Australia noted in their trial assessment decision, the noise abatement procedure trial assessment decision, that there was minimal difference in community preference for the change, where I think it showed engagement with the community resulted in 53% versus 47% desiring the change. Do you have any comments about that difference?
I'm not going to argue with the percentage split, but logically, when you're looking at the footprint of the residential area you're flying over, for route A versus route B, if there's a significant difference in that, how you could think that a percentage split of responses is actually reflective of the impact, I would challenge that. I mean, for me, it's a bit of a blind Freddy situation where you can see from the aerial photography where those routes go and what is underneath those routes. So, why you wouldn't accommodate that and amend the flight path accordingly, I think is what leaves a lot of residents scratching their head. Is there are alternates there. I think no one's logically suggesting that you'll be able to find a magical route that doesn't affect a person, but surely minimising that impact is without fundamentally compromising safety shouldn't be that difficult.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Dumoulin. Just to follow on from that, in terms of the structure of Air Services Australia, where the Ombudsman is actually a part of Air Services Australia, do you think it would be of use that the Ombudsman is separate, for example, and reported directly to the Minister rather than being a function of part of Air Services Australia, so that you wouldn't create the perception that there's a filtering of advice through the organisation?
Chair, I mean, I'm very careful to not talk about things I don't have any experience with or knowledge of, and I'm certainly no expert on how the industry works in Australia. But personally, for me, in my role and what I'm dealing with, if there's to be an umpire, they need to have the right to implement actions. So I've had some communication with the resident
As a
around.
general manager, you would have experience of those sorts of things with respect to planning authorities and things of that nature, where there are other structures that work alongside the work that the council does.
Yeah, it's like I said, whoever is supposed to be the independent body, they need to have the right or the ability to implement necessary changes. Otherwise, I certainly know it's the case with me, and it may not be appropriate, but the provision of opinions, at least in my role, I'm not short on them. I have lots of them provided to me, so I need to distill through which ones I need to take seriously or not. And certainly, if there's an agency looking over my shoulder who can take action against council, then I naturally give them more credence than one who doesn't. So in the sense of how Air Services Australia operates and who they must report to or take guidance from, then it needs to be set up in a way that actually can achieve that.
Just in respect of the current noise trial with the long approach that Senator Drummond and I have both asked you about, are you aware of any actual measurement in relation to that, so that there's some definitive capacity to demonstrate or measure the impact?
Chair, I believe Air Services Australia have done some measurements over this time frame from 2017 through. There's a small number of locations they've been able to set up measuring equipment, but in terms of the measurements that residents may have made themselves, I'm not aware of how that was done. Or
No, I was more interested in this trial that's been going on since June, with a change in the approach pattern.
I'm not aware of the results from that.
We can follow that up. All right. Do you have anything further? Okay. Mr. Higgins, thanks for your evidence today. We appreciate it. I don't think you've taken any questions on notice, so we don't need to give you a time frame for any homework. So thank you for being here today. We shall excuse you and move on to our next
Thank you.
witnesses. Thank you. Good morning. I welcome representatives of the Carlton River, Primrose Sands and Fawcett Flight Path Opponents Group. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear today? We'll start at this end of the table.
Kathy Minucci, just a member and resident of Primrose Sands.
Thank you.
Sharon Fotheringham, just a member. I reside at Fawcett.
Andrew Terhorst, resident of Primrose Sands.
Kim Crawford, resident of Carlton River.
Okay.
Rob Avery, aviation lecturer and pilot for 50 years, and resident of Primrose Sands.
Thank you for that. Would any of you like to make an opening statement? And if you do, can you try and keep it relatively short? We are a bit ahead of time, which does help, but it's only early in the day.
Yes.
So is someone going to start, or you're going to? Sorry.
I'll make
thank
the
you,
opening
Dr.
statement. I'll be referring to evidence, so exhibits A to G in my statement, which I'd like you to refer to if you need to underscore what we're saying. So let me begin. Dear Senators, thank you for the opportunity to highlight the impact of runway 30 RNPAR flight path on our community. In a move that defies logic, Air Services Australia routed a flight path less than 2,500 feet above our homes in 2019, leading to a staggering 100-fold increase in aircraft noise. This action disregarded residents' well-being and directly violated their publicly stated commitments to managing aircraft noise. And I refer to Exhibit A. They acknowledged they underestimated the noise impact of this flight path in their post-implementation review. Refer to Exhibit B. Despite this admission, Air Services Australia has hesitated to implement any meaningful changes, perhaps to avoid further embarrassment after making a hash of the original flight path over Dun Alley. As a result, our community continues to suffer from aircraft noise levels frequently exceeding 75 decibels, far above World Health Organization recommended limits. I refer to Exhibit C, a plot of Air Services noise monitor data for Primrose Sands. And when you look at that, you'll notice that there are a lot of outliers on the extreme noise side of the box plot. And also refer to Exhibit D, the World Health Organization communique about aircraft noise limits. Our community survey conducted earlier this year highlighted the extensive impacts of this aircraft noise. Many respondents reported mental distress directly related to intrusive aircraft noise. This noise impacts daily routines and peaceful activities such as spending time outdoors and chatting with neighbors. It poses particular challenges for working from home in professions requiring quiet settings. Respondents reported shutting themselves inside their homes to escape the noise. Others, expressed concern about the impact of aircraft noise on property values. Rather than addressing noise issues, Air Service Australia employs stalling tactics to wear us down, avoiding accountability by limiting the scope of the aircraft noise ombudsman. Briefings to politicians often portray the agency in a heroic light, dismissing dissenting voices as a minority. They control the narrative through orchestrated community engagement sessions, formulaic responses to noise complaints, and selective information fed to the media. Exhibit E is a shameful example of this. Let's be clear. As Exhibit F shows, our Facebook group has over 165 engaged members. We received over 150 responses to our community survey, many from people not affiliated with our group. We gathered over 650 signatures on an online petition advocating for a flight path change. Our noise-impacted community may be small, but that does not mean we can be considered acceptable collateral damage. Respondents to our survey strongly indicated a preference for relocating the flight path or implementing a flight curfew. Air Services Australia never acknowledged receiving our survey results, which is yet another example of their dismissive and high-handed behaviour. A noise abatement procedure is a band-aid fix, with expected increases in airport movements likely to negate any temporary relief. I refer to Exhibit G, Section 5 of the Hobart Airport Master Plan of 2022. Moreover, the current noise abatement trial has exacerbated issues in Fawcett, where flight paths converging on a waypoint cause residents significant distress. They must contend with low-flying aircraft on the RNAV track not adhering to precise routes. The stark reality is that Air Services Act 1995 does not require Air Service Australia to prioritise community well-being. This legislative gap allows them to act with impunity, sidelining health and environmental concerns in favour of operational efficiency and the economic interests of the aviation industry. The Aviation White Paper released the day before yesterday underscores this critical oversight. We urgently call for moving the flight path east so it passes over water or less inhabited region at a higher altitude. This includes shifting the waypoint with aircraft converging over Fawcett, reducing impact on our community. Thoroughly revising the Air Services Act to ensure that community impact is given equal priority to flight safety, a crucial aspect not sufficiently addressed in the White Paper. establishing stringent noise regulations to limit community exposure to aircraft noise, particularly as emerging technologies like air taxis and drone delivery systems increase air traffic. This aligns with the aviation's white paper's commitment to improving transparency and enhancing community engagement. Mandating Air Service Australia adopt best practice consultation when altering airspace flight paths. As the aviation white paper endorsed, clear, transparent communication must ensure that interests are genuinely considered with mechanisms, and here is the most important point, for shared decision-making and accountability. And finally, transforming the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman and Noise Complaints Information Service into a robust independent agency. This aligns with the White Paper's plan to reform the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman, ensuring it can effectively hold Air Service Australia accountable. Senators, the evidence is clear and action is urgent. We trust this inquiry will lead to reforms, some already outlined in the Aviation White Paper, that hold Air Services Australia accountable and protect our communities. We are disappointed that the White Paper specifies no new curfews at Australian airports, a sop to the aviation industry. We cannot allow this sector to profit at our expense. Your support is crucial for safeguarding our health, well-being and environment. Thank you for your attention to this critical issue.
Thank you. Is anyone else intending to make a statement to start with? If not, Senator Darman.
Yep. Thank you for your opening statement and for all coming today.
Do you have a copy of that you might be able to table?
Yes.
Great.
That might be useful for us
Yeah,
to
definitely.
be able to refer to if we can get a copy to poke under our nose.
I think that was actually sent through as well, and you should have all the attachments or the...
Is that the opening
Oh,
statement? That's okay. Well, if we could get that organised quickly, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, one of my questions, I was checking my notes. I didn't catch exactly what you said, but in terms of the improvements around consultation with community by Air Services Australia, I wondered if you could talk a bit more about how this could be improved upon. And you, in your opening statement, you referred to some shortcomings with the Act. So I just wondered if you could talk a bit more about what your thoughts are around what those things might look like in a bit more detail.
Right, so I referred to in the presentation that Air Services Australia likes to control the narrative, and that's the problem. So in a genuine, authentic community engagement, there's a little bit of co-design that happens. And so that's what I think needs to happen, and that there's shared decision-making, which I referred to in the end. So Air Service Australia sort of decides for us what it thinks, and that's very high-handed. You know? And I understand that they are expert in their flight path design and all that, but they should actually listen more and tell less. I'd like to refer to Sharon here. Well, you know, you've been working, fighting Air Service Australia for what would you suggest?
7 years. And in that time, I found them totally unapproachable. The Air Services staff and most staff members, they're totally incompetent and inexperienced in dealing with community. They have no idea how to deal with us. They are totally unaccountable and unanswerable for negative and unacceptable situations they have imposed on us, particularly in regard to the 3 flight paths that myself and my neighbours have to experience continually every day. They display no empathy or understanding to communities or the negative effects they have lumbered on our communities. Their services is autocratic, dictatorial, bullying and harassing in their attitude to the community. This never changes. They have no concept of the term community engagement. They just don't know how to apply it. An example of this, the community engagement sessions we've just had and the ones forthcoming, they don't provide seating to members, and this is extremely hard because they don't want us to form groups. If you want to sit down, you sit on the floor. and this is totally unacceptable.
How many people would turn up?
We've had 40 up to some
And no
meetings,
seats.
and a
I
lot
think
of
there was about 60 at maybe Dunalley. That was actually all stand around. People were actually elderly people were struggling to actually find places.
When was this? Very recently?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that there was no seating, at the Primrose Sands. Basically, we were told that a couple of people grabbed a chair that was actually locked, loaded up, and I was told, no, you weren't to use any seats, but they used them anyway because they were elderly,
that they do this to try to prevent, they want one-on-one discussions. This is not what the community wants. The community wants a group discussion so everyone can hear the information. But when they hold one-on-one, certain people are told certain things that Air Services wish them to hear, and then the story differs to other members.
So just final point I'd like to make on that is that divide and rule tactics is around controlling the narrative. And so the way that they did, for example, the NAP survey 4753 was pitted one community against the other. And, that's, it's sad, right? And then the way that they operate with these community engagement sessions were one-on-one is to stop, people from forming a formidable counter-argument to their decisions. And so this is all about this control. And I think that we need that's one of the big issues about communication. You can't control it. You need to have professional facilitators come in there and give everybody equal say.
At one of these sessions too, we presented a motion to Air Services what the community wanted, what the finalisation was, not the noise abatement. The community did not want noise abatement. We presented this motion to them. It was very reluctantly accepted by Air Services, and to date it's been totally ignored, and we've presented that motion to senators. That they do not comply to their own timeframes. They tell us when they're going to hold sessions on noise abatement. These sessions are normally 2-3 months later. We're still waiting to hear. There's supposed to be community engagement next month, sometimes next month. We've not been informed of the date, the times or the venues. When they do inform us of the dates, times and venues, they put out a flyer that has a barcode on it that a lot of community members, being elderly, can't access because I don't in particular have smartphones, so the barcode's totally useless on their flyers. They're not telling you where the engagement sessions are, what times or thing. They just don't want to communicate, and they only give us the bare minimum that they have to.
Yeah. You mentioned their approach being bullying and harassing. That sounds concerning. What does that look like?
I think bullying and harassing, again, refers to not providing us with chairs. You won't be sitting down, so we're not providing you with chairs. They quite often do not answer the questions that you ask. They go all the way around them. It's just total disengagement with the community. They call it engagement. It's total disengagement.
Mm-hmm.
One of the sessions they organised was actually at the Primrose Sands RSL, and the room they organised that meeting in was right alongside the bar. So you can imagine there's people sitting in the bar trying to enjoy a drink. We were trying to have a meeting. It was up to the people in that meeting to actually suggest we need to go outside so we can actually hear you and you can hear what we're saying.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
who organised that, I just don't know.
Yeah. And I think you were probably all here for the representative from Sorell Council just before. I mean, his reflection was that things didn't go well from the beginning. I just wonder on what your view is on that, and particularly around his comments about the public understanding about what Air Services can and can't do, and whether or not, the beginnings of the process and perhaps explaining the complexities of what was happening is a factor.
Yeah, so in terms of the process, in 2016, International Civil Aviation Organisation sort of encourage member states to implement these new smart tracks routes for improved safety to take advantage of new emerging technologies. And Air Services Australia was quite enthusiastic about that, and then the Dun Alley flight path was their first attempt at implementing these new smart tracks, standard terminal arrivals and standard instrument departures to Hobart Airport. But as you'll hear from the Dun Alley people, they were taken completely by surprise by this thing. So there was a lot of community backlash in December 2017, and Air Services Australia in March moved the flight path a little bit to the west, and it flew over mostly, I think, while they were doing complete redesign. And then they started the process of the redesign process. So they had community engagement sessions, and if you read the notes from the consultant, there were a lot of good suggestions were made, the same suggestions that we've continued to make to this day, but they were completely ignored. Then in May 2019, they came up with a design, and it was implemented in 7 November 2019. And people weren't expecting this. It wasn't very well advertised. By the way, this is a new highway over your houses. You have a chance to maybe object to our final. There was none of that. Mm-hmm. Right. So, and in Senate estimates, when we see Air Services Australia present, they're now using new excuses like, we need to reduce emissions. And there's no real emissions impact if you just move the flight path over more inhabited areas. There's no significant emissions footprint, and Rob can comment on that. Do you want to just comment on that?
Yeah, certainly. It's part of my submission anyway. When the November 2019 approach path was initiated, I had no idea as a pilot that this was even happening. A Virgin 737 flew over my place, and I was thinking to myself, where on earth is he going? This is a very odd approach. What's going on here? That's all. Then another aircraft did the same, and another aircraft, and another aircraft. Finally, I thought, they must have changed an approach procedure here. So I went online to the Air Services pilot's website, looked in there, and sure enough, here was this track right over Primrose Sands. And my initial thoughts was, who was the mental giant that thought this one out? Sorry to be derogatory on that, but it's to take an approach over Dun Alley with about 400 odd residents, with a pass over at around about 5,000 feet in the clean configuration, no gear down, no flat, at high altitude, and to push that over a more built-up area with about 2,000 people in it, following the line of the beach, which is where most of the houses are, so the flight track basically goes over most of Primrose Sands. To do that at a lower altitude, at around 2,500 feet or lower, with gear and flap going down, which creates aerodynamic noise. There's engine noise, there's aerodynamic noise. At that altitude was just incomprehensible as to why anybody would do that and hang their hat on it as a professional airspace designer. I was just gobsmacked that they did this, and I still remain gobsmacked to this day, and there's no reason for it to exist there. There's a perfectly safe approach out in the bay on the RNAVZ approach, which they had earlier on. So yes, I was totally surprised that I had no warning of this whatsoever.
So So I guess on that point, and I guess more generally in terms of the lack of engagement from Air Services or feedback, I guess, do I take from what you're all saying that no rationale's been provided back to you around why your suggestions haven't been taken into account?
That's right. No, that's right.
None. So it's a kind of one-way communication.
Very one-sided.
Yep.
The only reason I think that they've given is a reduced track miles for emissions. Now, the previous CEO of Air Service Australia, Mr. Harfield, prided himself on efficiency at any cost. We're going to make the most efficient flight path. So, that culture in the organisation around efficiency showed, as we've discussed, a lack of empathy for the community. They were like efficiency at all costs. And that culture still pervades to this day, right? So, and you can understand where it comes from, because what we have is air traffic controllers who've been promoted through the organization into the senior leadership roles, and they just see lines on things. They don't see people, right? And so that's part of the problem. Is there's a culture at Air Service Australia that we must strive for efficiency and reduce fuel burn. Aviation industries, you've got lobbyists all over the place. They're pushing for it. And so this is part of the problem that we're experiencing. So the only reason that I see for this current flight path was around reduced track miles. Right, that's the only reason. But just going on to that in the submission, apart from just like why I put the flight path there in the first place, they didn't really do a proper environmental impact assessment. Right, it goes through like eagle habitats. They just were completely and utterly, they use the Matters of National Environmental Significant Database. If you go onto the Protected Matters search tool, it says local knowledge. You go to the local Natural Resource Environment Tasmania, they've never been consulted. On the maps, it's all this endangered, like eagle habitats, nesting sites. They just rammed it right through. And so you start to wonder, like, why? Not only did they not do proper engagement, they didn't do any proper due diligence. Like, they didn't realize that we have tank water. And it's very convenient. In the Brisbane situation, which we've been following quite closely, they say that people complained or concerned about emissions on tank water in the Brisbane area. So in the communication in Brisbane, they say that the flight paths above 3,000 feet, in the ICAO and the environmental impact assessment said that you don't have to worry, it's below 3,000 feet. And then when you come here, it's below 3,000 feet, and they leave out the ICAO things because they don't know. And you asked earlier about has Air Services Australia done any measurements? No. Right? And they haven't taken any measurements of contaminants. They had their noise monitors in place during the post-implementation review, and now they have noise monitors again for the NAP trial. And as we said earlier, the NAP trial is a Band-Aid fix because air traffic will increase. Hobart recently lengthened its runway. You're familiar with that, Senator Kohlberg? And they're now currently strengthening runway to take bigger aircraft. Now you can imagine that the bigger aircraft. When I asked them recently about, I'm a bit worried about increased traffic along this flight path, they said, our job is to design safe flight paths. We're not interested in the volume of traffic or the type of aircraft going along this flight path. Yet, in their post-implementation review, in a total contradiction, they say that they underestimated the uptake of this runway RMPAR. So on one hand, they're saying they don't care, and then they're using an excuse for, well, we didn't expect people to use this so enthusiastically, and so more aircraft are using this flight path. It's that manipulation of the narrative that I referred to, and that's the big problem, right? They want to control the narrative, and I don't understand why. So community engagement is not about controlling the narrative.
Yeah. So you did reference the aviation white paper in your introduction, and so one of the things out of that is that the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman will now become independent, and you did make some comments about that. Is there anything more that you wanted to say about the role, the independence of that role, and what kind of difference it would make? And
well, I think the aviation white paper underestimates the impact of remote technologies like drone deliveries and all of that. And so I think I welcome the independence of the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman, the proposed independence. We suggested in our submission that they actually have a research arm, so they look at international best practice about how to mitigate aircraft noise, because it's clear that Air Service Australia is not interested. So they can be evidence-based in their deliberations. But I think that the aircraft noise ombudsman is going to be overwhelmed when this starts to take off, because...
It should be well resourced.
Yeah, they're going to have to be very well resourced, and they're going to have to deal with this. So, I'm pleased that that's happening, because every time you speak to the aircraft noise ombudsman, they say, well, because of their limited charter, they can't do this, they can't do that. And then if they do make a statement, it has to go to the board, and then the board then decides whether to take action. And I'm a bit suspicious, and we all are. Air Service Australia, the board that oversees its operations, is complicit in all of this, as far as I'm concerned. They haven't given really good governance.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Darmanin. I'm just reading from the white paper as well. It talks about in September 2023, Air Services Australia published its community engagement standards for flight path and air service change proposals, which seeks to codify best practice community engagement processes. I would take it from your evidence this morning that you don't think they've been all that successful in that, or there might need to be some changes in their community engagement standard.
Yeah, my initial reaction to it when I read it was a form of triage, and small communities like ourselves would be like deprioritized in terms of their actions. So I didn't really think that the community engagement actually addressed the nub of the matter, which is co-design and shared decision making. It's more about prioritizing who we listen to.
So they go on to say Air Service Australia Community Engagement Standard is considered better practice. I'm not sure what that means compared to best practice, and should be the benchmark for all proponents of permanent air space and flight path changes.
Yeah, well,
I actually, like to say something here. Basically, we're here today, and you've actually been listening to a lot of people around Australia. We're here today because it's basically community engagement is one thing, is telling the community what to do, but the biggest problem they've got is their flight path design. Okay, if you get that right, then you won't have the backlash that, or Air Services won't have the backlash that's actually being generated all the way around Australia. People have got a right to walk into their home after a day's work or being out and actually having a quite safe place. They don't need to go home and then actually have. We've got a wind blowing here in this room. Okay, it is actually irritating. Okay, now the thing is, you've got the same thing happening. People, we're actually putting people last, or Air Services Australia put people last, and we actually have to bring them back into this, back onto the table. When you're making decisions where flight paths are flying over people's homes, there's a lot of heights being listed here, but the thing is, the flight over Primrose Sands is extremely low, okay? The thing is, the plane, as it goes through Flight Tracker, may say 2,000 feet, but in reality, it's probably closer to somewhere between 1,000 or 1,200 feet, because those actual, that distance is ASL, which is above sea level. So they're not actually taking off the part where the land area. So, we have got kerosene in the air of passing planes. We are actually Hobart is a major airport here, and we are on water tank. It seems to be, every time I ask the question, I get sent, to go to the Tas Environment Protection Authority. No, don't have any information. Department of Primary Industries, Parks, Water and Environment, they don't have the information. Air Service, they sort of say go back to Air Services Australia. Air Services Australia says it's not my problem. It's actually the Health and Aged Care Department. They actually say, no, we don't have anything that deals with we don't have anything that deals with aviation pollution.
So has there been any measurement or monitoring in relation to the kerosene and soot matters?
No,
By anybody?
no,
Okay.
not that I'm
No,
aware
that's
of.
fine.
Yep.
It's not a trick question. I was just curious to know
Yep.
whether anyone had done any monitoring or research at all. That's all. So thank you for that.
TasUni?
Sorry?
Did you ask TasUni to maybe investigate that at one stage,
I did ask
Kathy?
the Health Department whether or not they were actually willing to pair with the Tas University to actually do a survey. They sort of said the Health Department, the gentleman there in Hobart, gave me a document. He said his main role was to look at the quality of drinking water. He gave me a link to
Well,
a
isn't that
brochure.
what tank water is?
Sorry?
Isn't that what tank water is?
That's right. But basically, he's talking about the. See, we're not on
No,
pipes.
you're not on town water.
Not on town water, so basically their role is with town water. They gave us a document to do with tank water, and which I shared with the community. Basically, it sort of says what you need to do. If you need to get it tested, he sort of said by the time you actually pay that amount of money out for testing, you're best to just get someone to run the water out of your tank, clean it, and get it filled.
Problem there, of course, that actually you're just setting it off to the next lot of planes that come over. Primrose Sands is actually a very dry part of Tasmania. It's one of the driest parts of Australia, and Hobart's the second driest capital city in Australia.
People don't believe that when I tell them, but it's true.
No, my students don't believe that either. They think I'm bomb happy or something. But that is true. And so we get a build-up of soot, etc., from aircraft. That build up on the roofs. Then we get a flush of rain like we've had the last couple of days. And it all goes in there. Sharon just asked me if I could mention what is in aviation jet fuel. No assessment was carried out by ASA about water contamination to rainwater tanks, groundwater or river pollution, reminding that the flight path doesn't just pass over Primrose Sands, it passes down the lower reaches of the Carlton River. It's kind of an estuary there. So that's subject to that and at low altitude. In jet fuel we have sulphur dioxide, carbon monoxide, of course it's poisonous, sulphur dioxide being acid rain essentially, produces acid rain. Small particulate matter, black carbon as they call it, we just call it soot. Ozone and nitrogen dioxide, which is kicks off asthma, deep lung disease. There have been numerous global studies about this showing concerns regarding humans. Schiphol Airport was one of them. More research is needed, but they were concerned at what they found at the likes of Schiphol. Now, Schiphol is a much busier airport, one of the busiest in Europe, than is Primrose Sands and Hobart. However, the doubling of flights that's going to come in there in the next several years is going to exacerbate that problem, and we've got to look to the future, not just what's happening today. It's what's going to be happening with a 96% increase in air traffic.
Acknowledging that, can I ask you, in respect of the current trial that's being undertaken,
The NAP trial, yes.
yeah, has that had any discernible impact, in a positive impact?
That is
I'm not asking that for any other reason, just to understand whether or not it's had an effect or not. We've talked a lot to agencies, to airlines, to airports about ways that we can reduce noise levels. We've talked about newer aircraft that have quieter engines, all of those sorts of things.
Yes.
So, I mean, as part of this process, I don't believe that we're going to come to there's no noise solution. The issue is where it is, but also how you manage flight paths for best effect.
Yes.
In respect of the people living under them.
Okay.
Now if you go to Sydney Airport, they spend lots of money on soundproofing houses, for example, under flight paths and things of that nature, and they're very close to the airport. So I'm just wanting to understand whether the things that have been done in respect of this trial do have an effect. I'll come to other things that you're asking for in a moment, but I'm really curious to know whether it's actually having an effect, acknowledging that you reduce the noise now, but with a doubling, it'll have a longer effect. But I just want to know whether measures that can be taken are having affect in a positive way?
I'll take that, and then I'll refer to Sharon again. So firstly, with noise sharing, we now have between 2 o'clock in the afternoon till 8 o'clock in the morning, runway 30 is not used. But most of the flights, so the way they work it, noise sharing is 50% of the flights on one track and the other. So they talk about these times. So one's like a 16-hour time frame, the other one's an 8-hour time frame. We're being very generous. The point is that most of the traffic happens between 8 and 2, right?
8 a.m. and 2 p.m.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so we still cop. Now, if I work from home, or I'm on the phone or whatever, I've got to pause and say, thank you. But the other thing, I spoke to Air Service Australia. I said, so a flight that we've got 50-50, right, of flights. Forget about the times, 50, and the flights that are going on the RNAV route are flying at much higher altitude. So the noise impact of the 50% is less. Whereas in Primrose Sands, the other 50%, the noise impact's much higher. So it's not equitable noise sharing. Even though Air Service Australia, trying to control the narrative again, will insist that this is, but we're going to, as air traffic doubles, as Rob pointed out, that means during the daytime, we're going to be buzz-bombed 7 days a week by aircraft, right? And that's just not acceptable. And then with Sharon's situation, she lives up Fawcett where there's a waypoint. So all the three flight paths converge just by her place. And with the NAP trial, it's actually her situation's got worse, not better. So we've got some respite. At least we don't get woken up in the middle of the night by late arrivals. But Sharon now has aircraft who are following the RNAV. They're not following precise routes anymore. It's a free-for-all. The pilots can actually follow their own version of it because it's not like totally autonomous flying kind of idea. And now they experience quite a variety of aircraft noise, which is unpredictable. She has no respite where she lives in Fawcett because the waypoint Air Service Australia put in there is right over where she lives. Sharon, would you like to comment?
So just going to the next point, and you've asked for the flight paths to be moved east. I'm interested in that from your perspective, Mr. Avery, as a pilot. So and can you give us some sense of that and what the impacts of that might be from various perspectives?
Yes. As far as I can see, it's pretty obvious that all air services really need to do to avoid most of the stanks, but not all of it, is basically just use the RNAV-Z approach. That's the one that goes over the bay, not the one that they put over.
So could you repeat that acronym? Sorry.
RNAV-Z, it's just a pilot thing. It means basically we're going to be flying over the bay. That's the noise abatement procedure, is that between 2 p.m. and I think it's 8 o'clock in the evening, it's
8 a.m. in the morning.
8 a.m. in the morning, yeah, that they fly over the bay, not over Primrose Sands. So they're abating the noise over Primrose Sands at those sensitive times. So through the daytime, they're flying over Primrose Sands, Carlton River, and after 2 p.m. in the afternoon, it's not a requirement on the pilots, it's a suggestion to the pilots that they use the longer track over the bay. Now that doesn't create a problem noise-wise for most people. It alleviates most of the noise. To me, that's the obvious track to leave there, remove the one at Primrose Sands. That would take away almost all of the angst that's here today, and yet air services don't seem to want to even think about that. They just dismiss it out of hand, that all 100% of the flights should be going over the RNAV, over the bay, where nobody gets affected, and they still keep punching on with this, bring it over the top of Primrose Sands and annoy people at an even lower level and right over all our tank water. Over the bay, when they fly over the bay, they're landing on runway 30. That means we've got a westerly or northwesterly or northerly wind happening, because we always land into wind. It's dangerous to do otherwise. That means that the sound, even though it's only about 2.5 to 3 kilometres south of us at Primrose Sands, the RNAV-Z approach over the bay, the sound drifts south, not towards Primrose Sands. The wind is blowing the sound south, if you can understand. over towards Lion Bay, and there's no inhabitants at Lion Bay. It's a reserve. It's a forestry reserve. So any noise that's created there tends to drift south away from Primrose Sands. Perfect. Not over the top of Primrose Sands. I just don't understand why they just don't use that approach and solve most of these problems.
So you say it's a slightly longer track?
Yes, I did some numbers on this, as you do. Air Services tried to make out that it's a longer approach and therefore they burn more fuel, and more fuel burnt means more CO2 and noxious gases kind of thing. So let's shorten the track over Primrose, Carlton River area, and cut down on the fuel burn and flight time, and also the emissions. However, when I did the numbers, it works this way as a pilot. If you have a longer approach, the one over the bay versus the shortened one over Primrose Sands, if you have a longer approach, it doesn't burn any extra fuel in the descent. The descent is fixed. The descent fuel burn is the descent fuel burn. What we do is we adjust our top of descent position a little later. That's the reason we do that is because aircraft jet engines are really inefficient at low altitudes. They are efficient at 37,000 feet. They are not efficient at 3,000 feet. They burn twice as much fuel. So we want to keep the fuel burn down. So what we do is we extend the cruise. So we hit top of descent a little later. The total miles I figured out yesterday was 7.7 extra track miles for the RNAV Z approach over the bay versus the one over Primrose Sands. So you get the 7.7 miles. Based on our extended cruise distance at the cruise speed of about 460 knots, that makes 1 minute difference to the approach time. And I was about to say in my submission here, 1 minute of extra fuel, extra flight time is not going to dissuade tourists from coming from Tasmania. 60 seconds, I'm not going to go now. It's too far to Tasmania by 60 seconds. I don't think so. It's going to be a problem. It's not going to affect the CO2 levels very much. It works out that the airlines, by their own numbers, said that the Melbourne to Hobart sector, which is the busiest sector of any aircraft coming into Tasmania, is Melbourne, lesser to Sydney, Brisbane. They say, the airlines say that CO2 is 1 kilo per passenger. And so Melbourne to Hobart is 55 to 60 minutes. So per passenger, that creates 55 to 60 kilos of CO2. Extending our top of descent position to Kota for the longer track miles adds 1 kilo per passenger on that approach. 1 kilo. Okay? We breathe 1 kilo a day as human beings, as we are now. We're breathing out 1 kilo in 24 hours. That's to put some quantifiable number to that. The descent is just the same. We just extend the cruise where it's nice and efficient, burns less fuel, creates less CO2. Air Services seem to be putting it out that it's going to be an enormous disadvantage to the airlines. No, it's not.
Could I add there, please?
Sure.
It's not going to improve the Fawcett situation. The noise abatement we didn't ask for, but the reason it's planes are flying haphazard in our area now, they're not sticking to any paths. The noise abatement has been a failure, and the reason being, to quote Air Services, outside tower hours, airspace is uncontrolled and application of the NAP is at the aircraft operator's discretion and adherence is not mandatory. Air Services have put it in to fail, and with planes going in all directions over Fawcett, it's doing that. And we receive planes coming into Hobart Airport when going into a northerly wind 18 to 22 hours a day. There's no relief. We might have 40 planes going in the day, then the wind changes and we get those 40 planes going out. So we've gone from 0 planes prior to 2017 to receiving decibels of up to 100 decibels. They're not the 60 to 65 that Air Services quote. They're over 100, up to 100 and over 100 for 18 to 22 hours a day.
So just for the purposes of the hearing, what are the control hours? Do they vary or are they fixed?
Up to 10.
Air traffic control hours,
10 PM, I believe.
10
So
p.m.,
it's from 5:50
5:50.
in the morning to 10:10, and
Okay.
then it's knock-off time. But we often get aircraft that are, people have to deplane luggage and then pitch up, and then aircraft come in after 10:30 or 11 o'clock, and then it's uncontrolled airspace.
If I could just add to that as a pilot. We have numerous airports around Australia that are uncontrolled, untowered aerodromes. There's more of them than there are towered aerodromes. You have towered aerodromes like Sydney, Melbourne, etc., 24 hours a day. Cairns is another one. Hobart's not. It doesn't have the amount of air traffic at night to justify having air traffic there 24 hours a day. Pilots outside of tower hours resort to CTAF procedures, which basically means that we all talk to each other and provide our own separation with each other. It works well. They use it in other parts of the world. We don't have any real issues with that safety-wise because we take care of the safety after the tower goes out. So don't think it's a safety issue there. It's not. Okay.
No, but I go back to the beginning of the whole story of the implementation of this was about separation and safety when it first started in 2016-17.
Yeah.
So that's why I asked the question. I thought it was in terms of context.
Yes.
And clearly that works well where everybody's talking to each other properly, and I've sat on some inquiries where they haven't been. It's a while, but I've seen it. But this whole thing started with ensuring separation and safety and things of that nature. That's what started this whole conversation off.
Yes, that's right. When you have a separation problem at the destination, air traffic control try to solve it as early as possible. And so what they do is, for instance, out of Melbourne, going to Hobart, when you hit top of Klein out of Melbourne, then you've got an ETA, and they even tell the passengers, we should have you on the gate at such and such a time. So they have a time for your arrival. Could have been delayed out of Melbourne, and it could now conflict with another flight that's coming in from Sydney, for instance, and using the same approach. So what they do, rather than putting it into a holding pattern, which has them going round and round to try and use up a bit of time, it's much more efficient just to get one of the aircraft to slow down, the one that's maybe catching the one up ahead of itself. And so they get them to slow down as early as possible to give the greatest amount of time in which they can expand that out so there isn't a a longitudinal separation problem. You've got to have a certain amount of time between one aircraft passing through the airspace and the next one following it. So they separate them that way, and they tell pilots to slow down. You get quite a lot of this going into Melbourne, for instance, because it's so busy. That doesn't use up an extra fuel at all, doing it that way. So it's not hard on the airline. They just slow down. You might get there too.
It's a management tool that's effective.
Yes, that's how
operation of the
control.
airspace.
Yes.
Okay.
I was just going to say that Air Services have actually got they've got the solution in front of them, and they've had that for a long time, and that's what they're doing now as their suggested plan, and it's recommendation 6, which is the flight over the east coast. So that in itself is probably would be the most beneficial route that would actually be beneficial to more communities, because it's out over the east coast and nobody lives over there, and that gives pilots and that a clean flight through over water for the majority of their flight, and any section over land would be actually at a quite considerable height.
So you're saying that for all flights?
Yes, that's what I think. Yeah, they've got that, and they're looking at that at the moment.
Okay.
And that would actually back. It takes the. It seems like they use a pin in the ground or a beacon. That means that Sharon, who actually gets 3 different flights, that would actually relieve her considerably. Means that she would still get 1 or 2 paths, but not the whole 3.
So not a converging point as it is now.
It is conversion. That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else, Leslie? Thank you for your evidence today.
Could I
Appreciate
just
that.
add one final point? Very quick, we're stuck in the middle because the flight paths haven't been finalised. It's been ongoing for our community for the last 7 years. Now the white paper's come out and they're saying somebody's going to do this and somebody's going to do that. We never had flight path principles applied to these two flight paths we're now suffering the effects of. So we're stuck in the middle. We don't know what's going to happen to us in the next 6 to 12 months, whether Air Service is going to turn around and say, not our problem. The new people are going to say, not our problem either. We'd just like to know what's going to happen to us.
Well, hopefully the evidence that you've provided and those that we received from others today can give us some ways to consider what we might recommend to the government as a committee. That's the point of what we're doing. Obviously, we're having this conversation in a range of other places. You've placed some quite practical things on the table for us today, which hasn't necessarily happened in other places, so we appreciate that very much. And we'll take on board your comments about the consultation process. I'm sure that Air Services are listening, so they'll have had that particular poke in the eye today and your opportunity to provide it. And we will be, as a committee, talking to them as well later in this process, but we're just gathering information. And certainly my perspective in participating in this inquiry is to try and find ways to resolve matters. We know that we're not going to fix everything for everybody. I think that's understood, but how do we get the best outcomes is part of what we'll be looking to do. And hopefully that can assist all of you in the outcome of that process, and we'll be making our recommendations to the Parliament in that sense. And of course, those recommendations will be, some of those I suspect will be directed to Air Services. So,
Senator, because it's mentioned, I have a list of more technical stuff here, but we've covered pretty much all of it here. But
well, if you'd like to table that, the committee will consider that document.
Yes,
and
it'll just back
in a
up.
practical sense, that would be useful.
it'll back up what we've said here, kind of thing, and the technical stuff about how many kilos of CO2 we're going to create and that type of
Thank you,
thing.
Mr. Avery.
I'll
That
pass
will be
that
useful.
in.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your evidence today.
Thank you, Senator. I've got a few of these actually. Can I just pop over?
We'll just have to make a decision to accept that.
Yep, definitely.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the South East Coast Lifestyle Association and Destination Southern Tasmania. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Alex Arawar, CEO of Destination Southern Tasmania, also a resident of 7 Mile Beach next to the airport and a member of the Planning Coordination Forum for the airport.
David Hughes, Vice President of South East Coast Lifestyle Association.
Susie Muller, member of SECLA and also a resident at Marion Bay.
Thank you. Would any of you like to make an opening statement?
Okay. Thank you,
Mr.
Senator.
Hughes.
We're based in a peaceful coastal and rural community, and the effect of aircraft noise since 2017 on amenity, physical and mental wellbeing and the everyday life of residents is very significant. Many people have moved to this region to escape the noise of city and suburban life and to enjoy their outdoor lifestyle. Currently, the measure of impact of aircraft noise is in terms of an absolute value, 60 dB, 70 dB, etc. It's based on an Australian standard and not designed for this purpose. The impact of noise should be measured with respect to a relative value, taking into account the ambient noise of an area. Aircraft noise in a busy area is far less impactful than in a quiet country location, many kilometres from the airport and never previously overflown prior to 2017. The current Air Services metric of community dissatisfaction by measuring complaints to the noise complaints line is not fit for purpose. Many people affected by noise are either unable to access this medium, find the engagement with Air Services too difficult and stressful, or have had such a poor response to a complaint in the past they just don't bother to try again. To be clear, we're not against aircraft travel. Aircraft bring tourists who benefit our area's economy, but this benefit is shared across the greater southern region, whereas the aircraft noise sharing arrangements as they stand unfairly impact small communities. The lifestyle provided by moving to this area pre-2017 was an asset. This asset has since been degraded by external decisions, so it's not unreasonable to expect some form of compensation for this loss. The struggle over 7 years now to regain quiet skies through an acceptable solution has been mentally draining and has been a significant cost on people's time, with many withdrawing from active engagement, feeling powerless and emotionally bruised, and some moving away from this area altogether. Any trust in Air Services has been lost. We feel blindsided by the disingenuous community consultation, and I use inverted commas for that, from Air Services, who say one thing and then deliver something else, and where each engagement was, it seems, from a new tranche of Air Services staff who seem completely unaware of the history of the flight path changes in the area. We feel threatened with further impacts in the near future with the release of Package 2 of Air Services proposal that, on top of the current noise abatement procedure trial, may bring even more noise to our communities. Air Services implementation of new flights has left people emotionally scarred and caused deep community division, with some areas traditionally subject to aircraft noise having had it taken away and then later reapplied in a concentrated manner after a new community dynamic had been established. Aircraft noise has negatively impacted small business in our area. Many tourists come to this region for its natural values, wildlife, clean air, pristine beaches and a quiet escape from the urban and suburban life. The area includes multiple award-winning hospitality destinations. Aircraft noise is not consistent with what many people value in a quiet tourism destination and has been the primary cause of at least one large development proposal being cancelled and multiple other developments being delayed or put on hold due to an uncertainty around the aircraft noise impacts. In terms of proposals for mitigation and limitation of aircraft noise, our area is currently subjected to a noise abatement procedure trial where jet traffic is directed close to our community for up to 18 hours a day, 2 p.m. to 8 a.m. Excuse me. A figure that was not part of the original NAP survey and our community was not consulted on. Faced with the potential for permanent implementation of this directive and the spectre of expanded operations including international flights, a curfew at Hobart Airport would be an appropriate mitigation strategies implemented at other capital city airports. Addressing the barriers to mitigation and limitation of aircraft noise, we see the current governance of the ANO, the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman Office, sitting within and answerable to Air Services as inappropriate for an entity that should be fully independent of industry and welcome the white paper recommendations. We believe that the ANO should be a parliamentary appointment. Also, the current funding model for Air Services, which is heavily weighted by industry, leaves questions around how much community concerns around aircraft noise are considered alongside airline industry priorities. SECLA and supporters, thank you for the opportunity to speak at this inquiry.
Thank you. So you mentioned the current trial that's being undertaken, and I was going to ask you about what you've observed since the commencement of that trial.
So,
But you also mentioned that the timeframes applied for the trial weren't part of the initial consultation or consultation in the lead up to the application of the trial.
absolutely, Senator. So essentially the original trial put 4 options to the community. Option 1 was 8 hours, 1400 to 2200 of an evening, or 21:59. Option 2 is 1900 to 21:59, and then 6 o'clock to 7:59, so a total of 5 hours. Option 3 was 2300 to 0600, effectively, 7 hours. So we have 8 hours, 5 hours and 7 hours was put forward to the community of various splits around the clock of options, and then the no change option. So the community feedback from that was basically reasonably evenly split between the 47 who said no change and 53 which was split between the other 3 options. Air Services then came back and put to us that the NAT trial was going to be 18 hours. So just to recap, 8 hours was the longest from that. Air Services then put 18 hours on there, and with no further community consultation. When this was raised directly with Air Services, their comment was I said that would totally invalidate their community consultation, in inverted commas, of the community survey, and their response was essentially, we're not going to do it again because we've already done your community consultation. So that's what we're getting from Air Services at the moment.
And that's a good example for their consultation practices.
Okay. Okay, well, that is what it is. Observable change from the trial.
So observable change from the trial, basically we feel like we've got the aircraft back again. Now, where the genesis of the smart track, which was the RNPAR, the shorter version of this, was concerned, was back when Air Services, when we were battling with them around the actual RNPAR, the RNAV to runway 30, back when it was initially installed. One of the mitigations that they put to us was that they would implement a smart track which would pull the aircraft closer back to what they said was the original approach to the airport, and so there would be less traffic on the RNAV approach. It was socialised to us at one of the, again, community dissertations, I'll call them, rather than consultations, that they said it's okay. The runway 30 approach for the RNPAR won't be used too much in the future. At the moment, we're going to be implementing the smart track, which is closer to the airport. Some aircraft at the moment can actually use it immediately. Others, as they get upgraded, their avionics get upgraded and the pilots are trained to actually fly this approach, more and more aircraft will be flying this approach. So they knew at that stage that that was what was going to happen, and they socialised that as a mitigation for moving the runway 30 approach away from us. Now we're in a situation where you're going back on that and going, oh, we never realised it was going to be this big, and that was the reason why the NAP trial was actually instituted, because they said, oh, this is different. Because of the community dissatisfaction in other areas, they said, well, this will be a mitigation for the other areas then by installing the noise abatement trial. So they've traded off 2 mitigations and 2 communities against each other in the process of actually doing this. And so we feel now, yeah, we were getting less traffic on the RNAV approach, and so it was visibly less impactful to our communities. Now we feel like we're just going backwards again to where we were before.
So it takes you back closer to what it was when the new system was applied back in 2019?
The step, yes. Basically, when it was originally applied in 2017, the approaches were directly over Dunalley. They were then mitigated by essentially intervention by the ANO and also some aircraft incidents into moving the RNAV closer to, further to the west by about 2 to 3 kilometres, and that's pretty much where it's staged since about March 2018. And then the only improvement we really had was as the smart track started to be implemented, then there was less traffic on that RNAV. But now with the noise abatement trial, more traffic is being pushed back onto that RNAV, so we've actually been improving, and now we're back again to where we were.
And may I add, we also got that second package coming up, which will bring potentially more noise to our area, even more. Yeah.
What's the second package? Sorry, that you.
Yeah.
So essentially, as part of the review of the post-implementation review that Air Services did, they essentially put together a document that was going to be changes released in two packages, Package 1 and Package 2. Package 1 was primarily around the noise abatement trial. Package 2 is potentially moving the RNPAR closer to Dunalley. So essentially the smart track, which is close to the airport at the moment, which position is fixed because there has to be separation between the RNAV and the RNPAR. So we have the short track and the long track. They're kind of linked to each other to a certain extent for the way they actually move. So if you move the smart track to the east, then potentially that's going to push the RNAV back. Now, if the proposal is 2 to 3 kilometres to the east, that's what we've got separation, that they originally moved the RNAV from Dunalley straight over the top of Dunalley to 2 kilometres to the west. So I'm not sure how they can possibly do that without kicking that track straight over the top of us again. The second proposal is basically moving aircraft down the east coast, and that was a proposal that they looked at in 2018, 2019 community proposals, and basically it was sidelined and said, no, we don't want to do this. It's now back on the table. And that is only for aircraft arriving from Sydney and Brisbane. So it's not going to mitigate all the problems. It's just, it is taking some of the aircraft. But the trouble is, it's then sticking at waypoints at Maria Island and straight across the front of us. So we're potentially going to have aircraft from the Melbourne and Adelaide and the like coming from the west, adjacent to us, and then straight out the front of us looking at aircraft coming down the east coast over the primary tourist destinations. And right out the front of us we essentially have Blackman Bay, which is a great big sound reflector, if you like, where you have a low range of hills around the place. The area that I come from, Boomer Bay, is called Boomer Bay simply because it is actually a natural amphitheatre. So we can hear the waves booming at Marion Bay back into that actual area. So any noise in Bateman's Bay or adjacent to Bateman's Bay just rotates around that area in a noise bowl. So it would be significantly impactful for our area and for the East Coast area, unless it was a long way offshore for that. So yeah, East Coast arrivals, the 2 to 3 kilometres, and then potentially also moving Air New Zealand flights over the top of us. So direct transit pretty much over the top of Dunalley and surrounds from that, and that has been a complete opaque to us in terms of exactly where they're going to go and how they're going to go at this stage. Air New Zealand flights have been delayed, have been temporarily suspended until October because they've had some issues with their servicing their aircraft. They have been in place, they've been taken away over winter, and they're, as I understand it, restarting in October. And then, of course, basically once these routes are established, we then have the expansion of the airport, has been previously noted, with lengthening of the runways, strengthening of the runways. So we're going to be looking at bigger, heavier aircraft. And Hobart Airport has said that they are very interested in taking international aircraft in. So that is just going to be more impactful. And as has been previously mentioned, the expansion of these areas just means more noise for our communities.
So going back to the conversation we had with the previous witnesses about moving the flight path to the east, what's the potential impact on that for you?
So moving the flight path, do you mean, Senator, off the coast or closer to the RNAV being moved to the east?
Yeah.
So if the RNAV is moved to the east, that was the correction that was made to the west when we originally fought this 7 years ago. So the 2 to 3 kilometres they're talking about, if the smart tracks gets moved, then it will push the RNAV back.
So that goes back to the points
straight over the top of Dunalley.
Evidence, which increases the impact on you.
Hugely. Yeah, it's right over the top of the Dunalley community, right over the top of the school, right over the top of the Bangor wine area.
So it becomes a bit of a Hobson's choice in that sense.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so the only, well, even an East Coast track, and you've mentioned that that's for Sydney and Brisbane aircraft, because the flight track from Melbourne is
They use a different waypoint, so they...
Yeah, well, it flies directly over Devonport where I live, so I see them go over all the time. It's the wayport, I think, is over Devonport Airport. But it's a very different flight path across the state compared to coming down from Brisbane and Sydney, having done both of those as well. So what's the most desirable outcome?
For us, basically, the most desirable outcome is minimising aircraft noise, which is essentially, a bit of a bland statement, but moving it, I can see essentially either moving it to where it originally was, which is not great because it's still the way that things have changed is that the previous pre-2017 flight paths were dispersed. They weren't concentrated. We weren't talking about highways then. Now we're talking about highways. If you're putting those straight over the top of people, they're getting smashed the whole time. Bang, bang, bang. Every aircraft is coming over the same height, same loudness each time. That's clearly not sort of acceptable for any community. I think there needs to be more in-depth analysis of the flight paths by air services themselves. If there was to be, a perfect mitigation strategy would be to be well off the coast. And then coming in over either north or south of Madonna and then back over water. So that is minimising the impact on most of the communities. But there are still going to be issues as far as that's concerned in terms of there will be impacts to some communities. I don't know what the answer to that one is, I'm afraid. But I know that there are certainly better flight paths than the ones they've chosen at the moment. And we have, over many engagements with air services, and I have lost count of the number of times that we've actually engaged with them in inquiries, in submissions, in meetings, and pretty much everything we've put up has been put down. And another one that we've talked about a number of times in the area of noise sharing is the west approach, which basically gets knocked down for safety. So it seems whenever there's a problematic approach, then air services pulls a safety card and it all gets shut down. Now the western approach, there's definitely issues as far as that. If you were to come down the Derwent and come over the top of the Wellington Ranges and the like, there's issues with turbulence and rotors off the Wellington Ranges, but further towards the eastern shore and the eastern ranges and through there would have to be potentially some airspace reclassification. However, that would then be bringing it down over the areas of Bellerive, Harrow and the like out into Storm Bay and then a turn from there. It is, from the point of view of noise sharing arrangements and the greater good to the southern Tasmania, as I pointed out in the introduction, the initial story is that essentially the noise sharing, the benefits for the air travel are across greater southern Tasmania, but the actual costs to that air travel are being shared by a very small number of communities now, and in very quite ambient areas. If that was to be brought down over Bellerive, Harrow, those sort of areas, they are populous areas, but they are suburban areas. They are also a larger number of people and sharing noise for the greater good of southern Tasmania. So it just feels like it's, oh, well, there's not as many people that are going to scream about it here, so we'll put it here.
Okay. Just in terms of impacts on tourism itself, so from your perspective from Destination Southern Tasmania.
Certainly. Firstly, thank you for letting me this opportunity today. And also I'd like to very much acknowledge the local community concerns regarding aircraft noise and aviation and their advocacy calling for greater and improved engagement, especially with Air Services Australia. My role here today as a regional tourism organisation is to show support for the tourism industry and reflect to the committee the value of tourism to the state. And I'll also talk a little bit later about some of the brand values of Tasmania, which you would know, Senator Colbeck, very well. So we'll talk a little bit about our reliance on tourism. First of all, around about 55% of visitors to Tasmania are on holiday, and they deliver around about 72% of the total expenditure into the state. 1 in 8 jobs are supported by tourism in Tasmania. That's 43,000 local jobs, and this is the highest share of filled jobs in tourism in any state. Based on total direct and indirect tourism contribution to the state territory, GSP, Tasmania is at 8.6% of GSP, gross state product. Tasmania is the most reliant state on tourism. So the point there we're making, which is pretty obvious to everybody, including those of us in the community and close to the airport, is that tourism is a significant driver to the state, a significant employer, and one of our most important industries. And access into our state, access first, but aviation access specifically in this context, is the most important lifeblood of the tourism industry. And without it, we're pretty much dead in the water. So I fully understand and respect the issues around noise control. And when we look at noise abatement and noise control, we do have to take that into the context of the product that we're selling in Tasmania. Our brand strengths are a nature-based tourism industry. That's the main brand driver of why people are coming to Tasmania. And we attract people into Tasmania because of the disconnection from the madness sort of urban life and the noise of urban life as well. So it is important to completely understand that. The visitors that are coming into Tasmania are connecting with the natural wilderness, and we talked a little bit a second ago, David, about Maria Island. Maria Island is a great example of this. If we move the routes east of Maria Island, what we create there is light pollution at night from one of the most stunning natural areas of the world. So there is a very difficult decision here about where to put the tracks. Do we cause pollution in one area or pollution in another area? And I don't have the solutions to this. My role here is to reflect, I suppose, the importance of the tourism industry to the state. Visitors spend more than $3.6 billion annually in Tasmania, contributing to our state economy, which obviously helps fund the state through all areas. For every dollar a visitor spends, another 83 cents is generated in the economy. So the investment in tourism is an investment in community for better infrastructure and services. To that point about investment, finding a solution to these problems that we're discussing today in noise abatement or light pollution and so on, and investment into that solution is, in our mind, an investment in the tourism industry itself. We know that what works for the local works for the visitors, so if we can minimise the impact on the local community and still attract the same level and growth in the tourism industry, that's what we're trying to do today. One point that we're particularly concerned about in the tourism industry is talk around a curfew for the Hobart Airport, especially. If the Hobart Airport attracts a curfew, this will reduce all airports in Tasmania to be closed at night. This, we believe, is a regressive strategy and not something that we would support. And I say that when I live less than a kilometre away from the runway itself.
So in the context of the wicked problem, clearly wicked problem that we're confronting today, does Destination Southern Tasmania have a preference? I mean, you've outlined some of the clear values that come with the experience of Tasmania, and that's a significant element in its brand. Your statistics flash me back to the time as Tourism Minister when I was acutely aware of the impact of the tourism industry on the Tasmanian economy and the importance of it to it. So do you have a perspective on how this might be best solved, or are you more making an entreaty that we make best efforts to resolve this more broadly, because, as you quite rightly say, the values important to the community are also values important to people coming here to visit? Correct.
I think, in our mind, the community always come first in this conversation when we're talking about tourism. The community are what drives our tourism industry as much as anything, as much as we talk about the brand values. My understanding of the specific issues around certain communities and areas less than the experts that we have in the room at the moment, but pushing the turn point further south, I believe, which was the original turning point for the airport, would go over land that was less populated. But as I said, I'm not the expert to give those solutions. But if we can find a solution that takes it away from the community, if that causes a slight increase in the costs to the airlines, we believe that's a cost that's worth bearing and is an investment in tourism itself. So slightly extended runs coming into Tasmania to go over areas that are less populated would be a better outcome for the community and for the visitor in our view.
Thank you. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. Has Air Services Australia had any consultation with tourism businesses that you're aware of?
Not that I'm specifically aware of, separate to any community engagement. And, you know, we do recognise when we talk about the Dun Alley experience, for example, the Bangor Vineyard Shed, which is a national award-winning operation, set in a particularly stunning natural area. If a route goes directly over there, it would absolutely impact the visitor experience in that space. So I'm not aware of any specific separate tourism consultation. Back in 2017, I think, when they were discussing the air routes, there was some general consultation for community, which I attended, and the conversation did come up about the routes on the east of Maria Island, and in that conversation, there were points raised about the fact that, you know, that is one of the least light polluted areas in the state, and dark sky and astrotourism is something that is becoming one of our stronger competitive strengths, and that we need to be mindful of pushing too many routes over there at night. It's worth making the point as well, you know, the air routes are highly unlikely to go near this area, but in the further south area of the Huon Valley, during the 2019 bushfires, there was a recovery initiative called Raffin, which is a sound display delivered by the sound engineer of David Attenborough. And he made a point when he came to launch that, which I hadn't heard before. He said there are two places in the world that he doesn't have to worry about sound pollution from aircraft, and that was Antarctica and the southern forests of Tasmania, which was an incredible point for us to understand. So it is one of our competitive strengths, the quiet that we have here, but as a tourism industry, we're 100% reliant on access into the state. So I'm putting across sort of two conflicting points here, but and I know that's not a particularly helpful or solution-based approach, but both are extremely important.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just one question of the SECLA representatives. In your opening statement, Mr Hughes, you referred to the recent announcement of the aircraft noise ombudsman becoming independent. I think you said that you would request that that be a parliamentary appointment. Do you have any other reflections on the ombudsman's role, the announcement, or the aviation white paper that is relevant to this conversation?
I guess not particularly. What we have found with our engagement with the Air Noise Ombudsman, and why we are so glad to hear that it is going to be heading towards being independent, is because of the difference in engagements that we've had with various ANOs. So when the initial aircraft routes were placed over the top of us in 2017, the ANO at the time was very engaged. They wrote a 60-page report on the whole situation, and Air Services said that they were going to implement all those. They have not, we believe, in good faith, implemented those, or implemented all of the, I think there were 13 recommendations in that report. And Since then, we know that A&O was under a lot of stress and they left, and another A&O has taken that area. Our engagement with them has been completely different. So even the consistency across that office of engagement seem to be very much personality based, and that's problematic in itself, and that's why we could clearly see the influence of Air Services on that office with our engagements with that office. So we're very heartened to hear that that will be changed.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to put on the record?
I suppose I just would like to say that we're representing an area spanning from, say, roughly Kellerby, Copping, Marion Bay, Boomer Bay, Connery's Marsh, Dunelly. And these areas have never especially Marion Bay, I can talk about that area because I live there, but in general we have never been previously overflown prior to 2017. No visual impact from air. We didn't hear any noise from the airport or anything like it. But now we have, arrivals and departures, which is against Air Services design principles in general. So we had arrivals before then. We had departures dropped on us without consultation. When was it? 2019. Yeah, and. It's against their own design principles, and departures are much more louder. They're obviously speeding up to get to a certain height, the aircraft, and it is, yes. And now we have the NAP trial as well, and then we have package 2, as I mentioned before. So for a community, and we are only a small community, and people here always say the flight should be over communities with less people. But the impact is the same, might be a lesser impact to lesser people. But like for us, like for myself, we have, in 2017, we were just about to engage in a tourism project ourselves, building 2 short stay accommodation buildings on our land. When the message, when suddenly the aircrafts turned up and the noise appeared, and it didn't help, and it's actually put our project on hold for 5 years. And we're still in that uncertainty what's going to happen to the noise, because we still don't know what package 2 brings. We still don't know. There's no transparency. There's no consultation in that regard. And it's not fair. It costs us a lot of money and it's stressful.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence. I don't think you've taken any questions on notice. I don't think you've got any homework to provide us. We shall have a short break until 11:10. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I will now welcome Mr Norris Carter, Mr Matt Cocker from Hobart Airport, Michael Bailey representing the Tasmanian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Peter Cornish representing Fruit Growers Tasmania. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you for the Hansard record. Can I ask you for your names and the capacity in which you appear today? We'll start with you, Mr Cocker.
Yep, Matthew James Cocker, I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Hobart Airport.
Norris Carter, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Hobart Airport.
Michael Bailey, I'm the CEO of the Tasmanian Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Peter Cornish, the Chief Executive Officer of Fruit Growers Tasmania.
Welcome to you all. I might ask you to make opening statements if you wish, if you could keep those relatively short so that we've got time for some questions, but I'll start with you, Mr Cocker with Hobart Airport.
I'll defer to Norris.
Mr Carter.
Okay, I've got a short statement. Thanks for the opportunity to appear today and for coming to Tasmania. Over the course of the inquiry, you will have heard how vital aviation connections are to Tasmania, and this is, or to Australia, and this is especially true for us here on the island of Tasmania. Hobart Airport's the primary aviation gateway connecting Tasmania with the mainland and the world. 2/3 of the people coming to and from Tasmania each year pass through our terminal. We welcome 2.6 million passengers each year, and this is forecast to grow to 3.5 million by 2030. According to ASL Allen, in 2022, Hobart Airport contributed $220 million of economic activity and 1,125 jobs to the state. By 2040, this is forecast to grow 412 million per year and more than 3,500 jobs. To meet this growth, we've commenced a significant investment in our terminal and airfield. Over the next 3 years, we're spending $200 million to upgrade the terminal, doubling its size to provide more space, more retail choice and more jobs. We're investing a further $130 million, including a contribution of $60 million from the Commonwealth Government, to strengthen our runway and upgrade our airfield for wide-body aircraft. This will stimulate a further 400 jobs during the build. This will allow non-stop flights to key hubs in Asia, bringing tourists in and sending exports out. The airfield investment is expected to generate $122 million a year in additional economic activity and more than 1,200 jobs for our state, supporting the visitor economy, seafood and berry fruit exports, and Hobart's role as Australia's Antarctic gateway. We recognise that aircraft noise is an unavoidable consequence of aviation. We acknowledge and are sympathetic to the members of our nearby communities for whom the noise is a concern. We hear their concerns at our quarterly Community Aviation Consultation Group meetings. Airports have a role to play in minimising noise by supporting airlines, aircraft manufacturers and airspace managers. So we're doing what we can to work with community industry stakeholders to help address this issue. For example, we recently worked with Qantas to welcome the new Airbus A220 aircraft en routes to Hobart, which is 50% quieter than the aircraft it replaces. We continue to be mindful of this issue, but at the same time we must balance this with the broader need to play our part in growing our island economy for the benefit of all Tasmanians. Thanks again for the invitation to appear today. Matt and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Mr Bailey.
Look, again, thank you too for the opportunity to present today. And certainly we realised across COVID the significance of Hobart Airport to Tasmanian industry and business. And thank you to Senator Colbeck. We're able to maintain freight flights, particularly to mainland destinations and international destinations. A lot of our products in Tasmania are very high value but very perishable. Our seafood products and berry and agricultural products, again, high value. They need to go to market quickly and to arrive in a prompt time frame. So the Hobart Airport is critical for that, as well as many other things, for example, as a gateway to Antarctic. One thing we're fearful about is, again, discussions of curfews for Hobart Airport. That would be incredibly problematic for industry in Tasmania for a range of reasons. Firstly, the products we send that are high value are perishable. They can't sit and wait for numbers of hours for a curfew to reopen again. The Antarctic has very specific windows for getting products and people to the southern continent. Again, they can't wait. If the plane needs to go, it needs to go. That may be 2 o'clock in the morning, maybe 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And also for safety for obviously our West Coast walkers and the like too, that at times need safety support, and again, those planes can't wait. I would like to remind the committee too that an airport's been in that region since 1929. The Cambridge Airport opened in 1929. The Hobart Airport largely replaced that in 1956. So there's been an airport in this location for nearly 100 years. It's surprising and somewhat puzzling that there are so many neighbours who are surprised to have aircraft noise as a part of their day-to-day life. I'd like to remind also the committee that Hobart Airport has about 8%, in its peak times, 8% of the flights, commercial flights that Sydney Airport has. So we're a very small, very quiet airport in comparison to major airports around Australia. The other issue with Hobart is that we're the end of the line when it comes to flights coming into Tasmania. So there are times when planes are delayed because of that. There are delays in Sydney and Melbourne that cause those planes to arrive here at later times, quite often after the curfew has shut in Sydney, for example. The impact on Tasmanian business, on fly-in, fly-out workers would be considerable and profound if there was a curfew put into Hobart Airport. Again, thank you so much for coming to Tasmania to hear from Tasmanians who are obviously very passionate about our airport. And again, I'd really like to remind the committee of the significance of this airport for Tasmanian industry and business.
Thanks, Mr. Bailey. Mr. Cornish.
Look, thank you again, also from my point of view, for the opportunity to appear and for taking the time to visit us. Fruit Growers Tasmania represents obviously the fruit growers across our state. We produce some $325 million worth of fruit each year, employing some 10,000 people. Our key export, which is the one which is involved here, are cherries. More than half of Australia's cherries exports come from Tasmania. They go to international destinations, particularly around Asia. At the moment, they all go by air freight, and they will always go by air freight given the nature of them and the perishability of them. There is very significant area for expansion of our cherry exports. In particular, they are much prized by both domestic customers but also internationally. Our berry sector is by far our biggest sector in Tasmania, and to date that has been very much focused from a domestic point of view. But however, with changes in the market and the growth potential, we are looking a lot more interest in exports for berries. And those berries are also highly perishable. So the investment now by the federal government in terms of its $60 million investment in the $130 million runway upgrade, which will allow direct international flights at the peak of the season, our summer season, which coincides from a passenger point of view as well, where the underbelly capacity is the capacity that we're looking to be filled by our berry growers and certainly or existing by our cherry growers. Is incredibly important to us and to the future growth of those industries. We could be seeing potential growth in the cherry sector, given what exceptional quality of cherries we grow, that could be 10 times as big as what it is now. And there is demand. We cannot meet all the demand internationally that we have for that. So it's a very important part for us. It is reliant on air freight. It is reliant on picking and getting that product to market. So particularly in terms of interacting with flights for that investment, any restriction on that, we don't support any idea of a curfew. We completely appreciate it is the natural nature of how we grow and the difference of our isolation that underpins what we grow and what we produce for the world. However, we are at the end of the line. A curfew would be much more difficult for the potential of connecting flights and flights that come here directly that we need to be flexible in. We are a small state. We're talking small numbers, but we completely agree there needs to be a balance to maintain where we're at. So, look, thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Mr. Cornish. I might start with Hobart Airport. Discussion about the upgrade of the runway in particular and the additional capacity that provides, concern expressed by communities about not just additional flights but larger aircraft. what work do you have in relation to that with respect to particularly the noise impact on that as the number of flights grows and the capacity of the airport increases?
Yes, so in terms of the long-haul international flights, we would see them growing fairly slowly over time. If we got to a situation where we had one flight a day, we'd be pretty excited. And the initial discussions we've had with airlines are certainly not even that frequency. So I think there's an issue about the number of flights. The timing of them, most flights from Asia to Australia tend to come down to Australia from Asia overnight and arrive in the morning and then fly back up to Asia during the day, just because of the way the schedules and hubs work. So I wouldn't expect that those flights would be coming during the night. And then the third pointer is around the larger aircraft and the noise impact. The sorts of aircraft that the airlines we're talking to fly are A350 and Boeing 787 aircraft. They're actually quieter than the current domestic fleet that we have in Australia flying around. So the current 737s and A320s that the domestic airlines fly, certainly the 717s that Qantas is replacing with the A220s, are noisier than the 350 and 787 aircraft.
So from the information available to you, those larger aircraft are being designed with a lower noise profile.
That's right.
And my conversations with the airlines are a higher efficiency also in respect of fuel.
Yes, that's right. So the example is the A220, which Qantas has just started bringing into Australia, is I believe 50% quieter, has a bit more seat capacity on it, and is 25% fewer emissions per seat.
So does your monitoring of the airport demonstrate any of that impact? Do you do any work to measure the impacts around the airport to get a demonstration of that, or does Air Services do any monitoring to assess that? Is there what's the process by which we would understand that?
We don't do any noise monitoring, but I believe Air Services does.
So within our master plan, we're required to identify noise profiling within the immediate surrounds of an airport, and our most recent master plan, which was published in 2022, does indicate that. Outside of that general area, Air Services, with changes to flight paths, have been conducting some noise monitoring. I'm not aware of the results of that monitoring.
So you don't seek that information out and make yourself aware of it?
When it becomes available, yes, but it's my understanding.
So on what sort of cycle is it released? Or is it not done on a regular basis that you would be able to assess, say quarterly, for example, to understand what's going on? It's random, if you like.
Yeah.
Or is it a trial-based exercise?
Trial-based exercise.
So in respect of your master plan, how do you assess the impact that you state you might have within the master plan?
We have third parties that do that function for us, that are aware of flight paths and noise contours and aircraft type noise emissions, and they provide us with information which we put in the master plan, which is approved by the...
So it's statistical rather than measured?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion around potential curfews and flight limitations and restrictions. Both Mr Cornish and Mr Bailey have expressed a perspective on that. There are different perspectives, clearly. What work have you done around the impacts, the economic impacts of those?
So we've
and the scheduling impacts, I suppose.
Yeah, so we've looked at the activities that we have during the night. There are, I think, 3 flights that arrive late in the evening and then turn around and depart in the morning. And then the rest are what you'd call non-scheduled activities. So Apart from the passenger flights, we have an Australia Post and Qantas operated freighter that brings the mail into Tasmania, which operates early in the morning. We have the Royal Flying Doctor Service, who do medical transports during the night, an average of 2 or 3 times a week.
Yeah, but under other curfews, those sorts of flights, medical flights, would be exempted, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would. So the majority of the flights that happen overnight at Hobart are what you would call those sorts of
Exempt
flights
type
anyway.
flights,
The biggest impact would be on the regular public transport scheduled flights, where firstly, if there was a curfew, the airlines would have to leave their aircraft on the ground longer at Hobart overnight, so it gives them less productive flying time, increases their costs, which would flow through into airfares for Tasmanians and people coming through to Tasmania because of the less efficient use of the aircraft. The other is when flights are running late, and I think, as Michael said, we're at the end of the line. We quite often experience the end of day delays that flow through the airline system. If an aircraft couldn't take off from Melbourne or Sydney, the last aircraft of the day, because it wouldn't arrive here in time for the curfew, that flight would have to be cancelled. That'd mean people trying to get home to Tasmania that day or come for the next day would have to stay overnight, disrupting their plans.
A few of us have got that T-shirt.
Yes, I'm sure we all have. And then the aircraft's not available the next morning because it's not here, which means the people who are going to fly out in the morning have their days disrupted. Okay. So that's the big.
So you have. So have you done any actual assessment on the cost of that? Other airports have provided us with information in relation.
We haven't done any modelling of that.
Because there's no stated intention from government to do it, or just?
Yeah, so far there hasn't been an intention.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. Just following on from that discussion, when you late at night and early morning, what does that mean exactly? Like what time around about?
So ordinarily,
for those regular flights.
Yeah, ordinarily our last arrival's scheduled for about 10:15, 10:30 at night, and the first flight goes out in the morning at 6 a.m.
Yeah. So what would the percentage of flights during any given day between 11 and 6 be, would you say? Including both, it sounds like no kind of commercial scheduled, it's just the emergency.
Yeah.
Is it like an average of one a day or one a night?
Yeah,
or?
they're very irregular. The other flights that operate out within that window of after 22:30 and 0600, of course, are flights in support of Antarctic Endeavour, and Hobart is the Antarctic Gateway. They operate within windows or weather windows that are available to them in the Antarctic area.
Yep.
So we do get flights during that period by Antarctic supported aircraft.
So they effectively need the flexibility,
yes,
of takeoff and landing time based on what's happening
in Antarctic. Yes.
In the Antarctic.
Senator, too, with the flights that would be sitting on the tarmac, don't forget under the passenger's feet is also space for freight. So that freight is high value, perishable.
Yep.
So that would be obviously sitting there or sitting on the side of the tarmac, losing value or being spoilt completely. So again, that's again another reason that curfew is particularly problematic for an island state.
Can I just add off? Sorry.
Yeah, no, go for it.
Mr. Cornish, what are the key dispatch times, if you like, in relation to the perishables, the fruit and stuff? You would be looking to ensure connections with matching international flights out of Melbourne, and in particular, I would have thought. So are there particular times that are critical in relation to your perishable product?
So most of our perishable product currently will go by road and then sea across to Melbourne, and then ex-Melbourne on a flight. The change that happens with the upgrade of the airport
is direct flights.
Is direct flights, and so the cost and the benefit and the quickness to market is the one, and so the flexibility to be able to fit in with whatever we can achieve from an international schedule point of view is essential for that. And what it does is open up particularly to our berry fruit, which will be more perishable.
Yep.
But if we get some regularity and some certainty in that, and the certainty is all important, you just can't suddenly change and then put another day and a half in to get to Melbourne. We get some certainty around that, it will open up the opportunities to provide our berry exports onto those as well during that summer period.
Excuse me, you talked about, 3 flights overnight that are regular. So Australia Post, freight.
So there's the late arrivals that are passenger transport. There's the Australia Post flight. There's a within intra-Tasmanian freighter operated by Sharp Airlines, which is a small aircraft. There's the Antarctic. There's the Flying Doctors. Yeah, I think that's it.
And okay. Sorry, thanks.
That's all right. Just for Hobart Airport, you talked about the work that you're doing with airlines around quieter aircraft. Is there any more that you can do in that space? And what are the barriers around kind of using that avenue to address some of the concerns that we hear from the community?
I think there's probably not more we can do, because really it comes down to the airlines' fleet development plans, and both of the airlines have announced plans to update their fleet as they age. So I think that's happening. We can't do a lot to influence.
What's the time frame?
Well, Qantas is replacing its 717 fleet with the A220s now, and I think they've got 3 or 4 of something like 28 aircraft that they're getting. Qantas announced a plan to replace its 737 fleet with Airbus A320 type aircraft. Jetstar's gradually rolling over with newer Neo A320 aircraft along the same lines as Qantas. And I think Virgin's replacing their 737s with 737 MAX aircraft, which are quieter. So those plans are all happening. As I said, on the international front, the airlines that we're looking at from Singapore and Hong Kong are flying A350 and 787 aircraft as the sort of aircraft that they would be flying to Hobart.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. For Mr. Bailey, I think you talked about the expansion of the airport and that being important to business and industry in Tasmania. Do you see that there are any risks to that with the current discussion that's happening here around the flight path options in terms of different community options?
Look, I suppose as far as flight paths go, there are so many competing views, aren't there, that even this morning, that one group didn't agree with the flight path proposed of the other group. I think finding that happy medium is going to be a very difficult thing to do. The expansion of the airport is critical. I mean, again, it's a critical freight and people link to the mainland for Tasmania. We are an island state that desperately depends on this. Look at our tourism numbers, the vast majority of tourists come in on flights. And again, if you look at our export product, the high value things, aquaculture, lobsters, oysters, abalone, etc., they go out under the feet of passengers generally on those connecting flights. Hobart is the #1 airport in Tasmania. As a northerner, it does hurt me to say that, but it is the #1 airport in Tasmania with vastly larger amounts of flights, and also is in greater proximity to those key producers, again, of oysters, abalone, lobsters, etc. So it is a key site for us. Again, in the 100 years since there's been an airport in this location, it has been a critical link for Tasmania, not just for Hobart.
And the consultation and the process of consultation has been a key feature of the discussion this morning already, you've probably heard. Have your members been consulted, and if so, do you have reflections on their experiences
Look, I can't
around this?
speak for all of our members. Certainly the TCCI has had numerous consultations with Hobart Airport who have been fantastic and very well connected to industry generally across Tasmania, not just in Hobart. I haven't met with Air Services Australia, so I have no idea what considerations they go through with flight paths, and I'll leave that for others to discuss. Certainly hearing some of the discussions this morning, it sounds like that's been problematic. That, in our experience, isn't unusual of federal government, which consultation can at times happen after decisions are made rather than before they're made. But fundamentally, from industry and businesses' perspective, this is an absolutely critical site for our business across the state, for our economy. We know we've got to get airport access right. Again, harping back on, in our view, curfew shouldn't be even in discussion for us. It's so critical that we don't limit access out of this airport. I think discussions around the right flight paths is one I no doubt you'll be taking up with Air Services Australia.
Yeah, thank you. For Mr. Cornish, you talked about cherries and berries being, I guess, a significant opportunity for expansion. And Asia being your current kind of export markets, can you be a bit more specific? What are the largest market destinations currently, and what are they likely to be in the future if they are expanded?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So we're very fortunate being an island state and being a pest-free area from Queensland fruit fly. So we have access via protocols to a number of markets that nowhere else in Australia do. So from a cherry point of view, which, as I mentioned, cherries are the third largest export of fruit in Australia by value, even though they're a relatively small industry, but by value. And as I mentioned, over half of those exports come from Tasmania. In fact, 2 years ago, 70% of all Australia's cherry exports came from Tasmania. In terms of markets, our largest market is Hong Kong, which interestingly is an open market, so is not a protocol market. Our second largest market is Taiwan, which is a protocol market, so effectively only Tasmanian cherries can be exported to Taiwan. Our third and fourth are Vietnam and China. Both of those are open, but under more restrictive conditions to the mainland growers as well. So there, but then we talk about Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, as well as going beyond Asia as well. But there's significant, so we can't fulfil all the demand for those cherries internationally. We send the best of our best there, and they pay handsomely because of the Lunar New Year. There is a real opportunity, as I mentioned, for our berry sector, which is very small in exports at the moment. So somewhere between 30% and 50% of all our cherries are exported, but it's in the single percentages from a berry point of view, and it's our biggest sector, and it's a very big horticultural sector. And there's a real opportunity, and they're looking actively for those exports. Okay.
And I think I heard you say that they're all exported by freight. Is that right?
Air freight, so whether it be all our cherries are, and all our berries would be exported by air freight.
Yeah, okay.
Ex-Australia, as I mentioned, the connection at the moment is to Melbourne Airport, which is overnight via the ship.
I think that's all from me.
Thank you. Just going back to the airport, in respect of the flight paths themselves, the nub of the thorny issue we're looking at today, I mean, how is your engagement, and how do you see Air Services engagement more broadly in relation to this matter? I mean, I think my observation would be that you know most of the people involved in the conversation here today. They know you, and how do you see us finding a way through the thorny problem that we're discussing?
Yeah, thanks, David, for the question. We've been heavily involved with the community around airport development over time. And it was apparent in 2017, with changes to the flight paths, that there was greater interest in the development of the airport, and that was primarily due to a feeling of a lack of consultation by Air Services with the community. We saw an increase in attendance of our community aviation consultation group, We've been engaging with members of the community within the Denali and Primrose Sands areas since that time, both through the CAG, but also individual one-on-one meetings with members of the community and indeed group meetings because it was apparent that there was a community feeling that if it was about the airport, then it was the airport's fault. And so it was about working together collaboratively with everyone involved to see whether or not we can find some solutions. The conversations between ourselves, the community and air services have improved over time in that, to a certain extent, in that they're attending our CAGs and trying to explain decisions that are made around flight paths. We understand that there's an absolute need to create separation between aircraft from a safety perspective. Safety is number one. Could flight paths be improved? We'd be very interested in engaging with those, with their services and the community around that.
How do those flight path matters impact on the airport itself? They don't, do they really? I mean, no. They are extraterrestrial, if you like, to you. Once the aircraft leaves, it's gone. Before it arrives, it's on its way in.
That's right.
So do you express a perspective in relation to this? I mean, the key element for you is that you, as the operator of the airport, are a part of that community, and therefore feel the impacts that are expressed by the community.
That's a good summary of it.
So how does that reflect in your entreaties to Air Services?
We continue to advocate for ongoing consultation with members of the community who are affected by changes to the flight paths. We understand that there's now a noise abatement trial being trialled by Air Services, where we eagerly await the findings of that. But
do you get any progressive reporting on
it? No, not directly.
So you just have to wait and see what happens at the end of the process. Okay. In respect of other restrictions, say availability of air traffic controllers, how does that impact on all of this discussion and the operations of the airport? That would have a more direct effect, I would have thought.
Now, generally, air traffic control operations occur at Hobart during our operational period and outside of late night hours.
But there's no issues with availability?
No, late night hours it reverts to Melbourne Tower.
So that's Melbourne Tower, well, effectively designated uncontrolled airspace post 10 p.m. or post 10 p.m. is, I think, the number.
So could I ask the question again?
So it reverts to effectively uncontrolled airspace post 10:10 and before 6 a.m.
Yes, through Melbourne Tower. Yep.
But with some oversight from Melbourne Tower.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so there's no impact on you've not seen or felt any impact with respect to the operations, with respect to availability of air traffic controllers.
We haven't seen the issues that I know some other airports in the country have seen.
Okay. Desirable destination?
Potentially, yeah.
Can we put it down
Small
to that?
team.
Okay. I think we've covered everything. Thank you, and I'm not sure that you've taken any questions on notice. Can I thank you all for your evidence today and for being here and putting your perspectives. We shall move on to our next witness. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Senators.
Okay. Sure. Morning, Mr Wells. How are you?
Senator, how are you?
Good, thank you. I now welcome Mr Shannon Wells, representing Cambridge Aerodrome and Airlines of Tasmania. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you give us your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Shannon Wells. I'm the Managing Director of Airlines of Tasmania, also known as Paravion. We're also the operator of Cambridge Aerodrome in Hobart. I'm also not speaking on their behalf, however I am a board member of the Regional Aviation Association of Australia and a board member of the Regional Development Association of Tasmania.
Thank you. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Basically what I'd like to say is that I'm happy to correct a couple of, in my opinion, correct a couple of things I think I heard today in the room which I don't agree with, which I'm happy to do during this 50 minutes or so. But however, we are an aviation company based in Cambridge Airport. Cambridge Airport is the first aerodrome in Hobart, built in 1934. I actually brought a photo in today to justify it was Western Junction was the first airport in Tasmania. Cambridge was in 19...
North-South rivalry.
Yeah, so we won't discuss that. It's Tasmania, of course. And Paravion was a company that started with my parents for Airlines of Tasmania in 1978, and we fly general aviation around Tasmania, including tourism, charter, flying, training, and we purchased Cambridge Aerodrome from the Federal Airports Corporation in 1992. It was one of the first airports to be privatised by the Hawke government back in the day. So I bring a bit of a different perspective, some of the noise arrangements there, and I also have seen firsthand as a pilot and an operator how some of these air routes have affected our operations around Tasmania. Cambridge Aerodrome has averaging around 30,000 movements a year. So for those not familiar, Cambridge Aerodrome is located adjacent to Hobart Airport. Hobart Airport was built in 1956. Mainly to cater to the jets coming down. We used to have, Ansett and DC-3s and DC-4s flying into Cambridge. So the new airport was built there. We mainly facilitate fire bombers, anti operations for helicopters, private flying, tourism and flying training. And our main routes, as I mentioned before, we fly into the Tasmanian Wilderness World Heritage Area, do flights to Maria Island. We operate a regular public transport through the Remote Air Subsidy Scheme to Cape Barren Island, and of course our flying training services there. So I've seen firsthand, I'm a keen observer of airspace around Tasmania. I'm part of the Hobart Airport planning and the community forums there. And yes, we have seen quite a few changes in airspace, in particular over the last 10 years. And I'm happy to comment on any questions directly about that.
Okay, thank you. I mean, so let's go back to the commencement of this whole brouhaha, which is 16, 17 and air services requiring change in regulatory process around flight paths to facilitate separation. That would include traffic that would come from your
correct
facility?
Yes.
And also increased traffic, I would expect, into Hobart itself.
Yeah, I think there's a combination of issues with this one. Is that when I first started flying back in '97 or so, we used to have the 4 or 5 flights a day from Melbourne with Ansett and Qantas coming in. One would leave at 6 o'clock, one would leave at 10 past 6. It was all very regulated, airfares were expensive, and things changed with deregulation. Low-cost carriers came in, and the airspace got busier. At the same time, we came across new technology. We started getting GPSs, we got radar, all these sort of things there happened, and what Air Services decided to do was start putting in more structured approaches. So rather than flying into Hobart using procedural separation, so basically the air traffic controller physically gave you a descent point, told you to track to a navigation aid, and then a certain distance. It had no radar, it was basically looking out the window and relying on pilot reports. Once you got to a certain point, you turn left or turn right, track around, do an instrument approach and come and land. And that always led to some issues where a pilot might be, a mile to the left or a mile to the right, and all the noise wouldn't be put on one certain waypoint, so to speak. Now what you've got is a situation in Fawcett, for example, where a waypoint code, a bay ver, is where every single aircraft flies into with a lat and long on a GPS approach, which is much more accurate than a pilot can fly, and every plane flies into that waypoint there, and then from there does their approaches there. So that was something which Air Services did to do. Now, what that it does is that enables the airspace to be much busier and much more efficient. So 10 years ago, you'd have pilots flying and reporting descending through altitudes manually, relying on procedural separation. You could probably handle, I don't know, let's say 10 movements an hour or something like that, because you have to have greater separation standards for aircraft to enable those planes to come in, because it's basically human error. By putting in these GPS approaches in and GPS arrivals, you can handle more aircraft coming into the airspace at the same time. So it was sort of something which was essential.
So both the equipment on the aircraft, which is allowing or driving more accurate flying, but also the increased capacity requirements of the airport, is driving both of those things.
Correct. It allows more aircraft to come in.
Yeah. A greater utilisation, greater efficiency, and of course, greater frequency.
Greater frequency. So I always use the analogy that it's like a train track. So aircraft start coming in and they meet at one point, and the air traffic control separates them and they come down that train track, but every aircraft goes down that train track, because at the same time you've got aircraft flying out of the airport which programmed these approaches that they can't, even if the pilot falls asleep, they can't physically touch each other, which was sort of the dilemma with the old procedural separation, which was, still had that human error issue there. So Air Services did greater separation standards, which is necessary because of, I guess, the human error issue, whereas these sort of approaches allow the airspace more efficient. However, as I mentioned before, if you're under that flight path, you get everything.
I think we've heard that.
Yes, I believe you have.
Okay.
So we've also been impacted as well. So a great example is, for example, when we fly from Strawn, so we do flights around Tasmania. So we do everything basically which isn't Qantas, Virgin, Royal Flying Doctor Service or Sharp Airlines. We fly to Strawn, Devonport, places like that. So great examples for our flight to Strawn, if it's instrument conditions, we take off from Cambridge, we actually fly east. So Strawn's on the west coast, we actually fly east to join the same air route that the planes flying out of Hobart Airport do. We track 15 miles to the east to sort of get that separation standard, and then we can finally turn west to Strawn. The same thing as when we come from Strawn, we used to be able to fly direct to Hobart, but now we now have to come in by the Great Lake to meet that train track to come down in. So again, it makes the airspace more efficient, but that's just, it's very limited in that concept.
So you effectively follow the established flight paths.
Correct.
To provide the instrument-based separation from incoming versus outgoing.
Even if it's, I'd say, slightly impractical, we still follow those same routes.
Okay. So in that sense, to a certain extent, some of the efficiency arguments that have been thrown up
we're a very small player, but yes, it's
don't necessarily compute in that sense, because while efficiency might be part of the equation, the core element of this is the effectiveness of the separation and utilisation of the airspace, and so safety as well, at number one.
Safety is the thing. I'm certainly not arguing that we should go back to the old system, but we have to conform with that. It does cost us more money, but it does allow the airspace to be more efficient, and we understand that.
Okay. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. So could, just in the way that you described the flight path, I won't get the technical jargon right.
You're right.
I'm not an aviation expert, but feasibly could that, like, it could be changed, couldn't it? And still achieve efficiency?
Yeah, I do disagree with the comment mentioned earlier so there's two approaches to the runway 30, or 30, but runway 30, which was the RNAV approach, which heads closer towards Denali, and the RMP approach, which comes in via Primrose Sands. I disagree that they are dependent on each other. So I do believe, and again, I'm not an approach designer, but I see no reason why that initial approach fix, so the start of the approach, could not be moved further east over somewhere which brings in the aircraft via a waypoint caused over somewhere like Cornelians Marsh. I don't believe that would impact the approach from Denali, because I see no reason, in the experience I have in the airspace, that there'll be two aircraft in that location at the same time. So what I find from my experience is that Melbourne Centre, which controls all the airspace above 1,500 feet over Hobart, they sequence the aircraft coming in from Perth, Adelaide, Royal Flying Doctor Service from Launceston. They all bring them in and they all meet at this waypoint called Bever, which is over Fawcett, and from that point it's one aircraft at a time. Noting that Hobart Airport does not have full-length taxiway, so the plane has to land, turn around and come back, so they have to give a certain number of minutes separation anyway. So I'd find it very unusual that moving that waypoint over, which I'm happy to give you a copy of if you haven't seen it, that waypoint a little bit to the east would impact the Denali approach. And I'm not going to comment on whether the Denali approach is better than the RMP approach. That's up for the community groups behind me, but I'd see no reason why they could not be. There's no reason to move one further to the east because one moves, because you'll barely ever see two planes there at the same time. You just can't. It just can't be. They just can't be on the same approach because they're both coming to land and they'll be too close to each other.
And have you been involved in the consultations that the community groups have?
Yes, I haven't been to the actual community groups in the towns, but I've certainly been involved in the air services briefings online and stuff like that. But I haven't been to the actual briefings in the towns.
Okay. Briefings or consultations?
Consultations, sorry.
Right,
oh,
okay.
Well, some might say it's briefings behind me, but yeah. One-way consultation.
Consultation and show and tell are two different things.
Yeah. Okay. And what level of daily in and outbound traffic does the aerodrome see, and is it growing?
Cambridge is about 30,000 movements a year. So we were the busiest airport, but Hobart Airport's pipped us last year. But we have around about 30,000 average, and that's mainly flying, training, and general aviation. And we get our noise complaints as well for what we do. So we get complaints about aircraft flying over flying training areas, and we fly down to the southwest of Tasmania and we fly over a World Heritage Area. We get complaints about that, which should still be in scope, but certainly relevant. I've operated an airport. I've had people complain about helicopters flying out and their prize bull went through a fence because the helicopter scared them, and we get all these sort of complaints all the time, which is still very relevant. Mm-hmm. But not on the scale of what appears to be happening with the flight paths in the Hobart at the moment.
Yeah, okay. So, and how are your noise complaints? Are they handled with Air Services Australia, or do you deal with those?
I can say contact Air Services and it'll sort of disappear into bureaucracy, if I could be as blunt as that. But we try and manage, particularly with flying training. I note that, so we do flying training, we do procedures, which again I'm happy to table. We can do certain areas where we can, so basically we take someone from their first lesson, they go take off out of Cambridge, they fly down to a place called Ralph's Bay, which is around South Arm, Opossum Bay, and we've seen the population climb down there over the years. And they do engine failures and stalls, and it can look a little bit intimidating if you're there and a plane starts falling out of the sky and coming into your. It's the same issue that Moorabbin has, Bankstown, all those airports around Australia like that. And we mitigate our noise as much as we can. We try and limit flights on weekends and things like that. So that's a fairly relative noise. So we do actually have established flying training over Denali as well. However, we don't use it because we get a lot of noise complaints when we fly over Denali. But we are actually legally allowed to fly flying training over Denali, but we choose not to because I guess they, to be blunt, complain a bit more. So we use Ralph's Bay a fair bit for our flying training, and we do get complaints from there. We also are required to fly via VFR routes So when we fly down to southwest Tasmania, all our planes have to fly by that little line down there over Tranmere, and we also get complaints that why are you flying over my house, stuff like that. So similar sort of stuff, but a different sort of scale.
So it sounds like you can manage the complaints somewhat by the scale.
A little bit, but they are increasing, that's mainly urbanisation.
Yeah. And so if the requests on flights out of your airport increases, particularly around training, and you've got the capacity to go elsewhere, then potentially, like, your options are you need to expand to other areas where you're allowed to?
Yeah, I mean, there are limited areas we can go. So, I mean, for the main issue is circuit training. So circuit training is a plane takeoffs, turn around, comes back and lands, does it again. During COVID, for example, when Hobart Airport was basically empty, we thought we'd be a good citizen and fly over Hobart Airport, and then we got complaints from that side of the airport because people living there were shift workers and they didn't want plane at 11 o'clock in the morning. So sometimes you can't win. We can move our planes to Bruny Island and they'll complain. There's limited places we can go, and interested to see there's other comments from, like, Moorabbin, for example, I know has a noise issue, and Parafield I know has a big up, and Adelaide has a lot of issues there. So we try our hardest to be a good corporate citizen, but at some stage people need to learn to fly, and there's only so many places they can go.
And that was my other question: is in terms of training access to fly in Tasmania, is this the main, the only option?
Cambridge is we're the only established flying school. Apart from an aero club in Tasmania, I do think Devonport would be a lovely place to learn to fly because there's not many houses around Devonport. I think it'd be a great place, but that's a bit pipe dreaming. But there's a lot of airports around, like Wynyard, for example, has houses all around it, and that would annoy a lot of people. Launceston's Evandale, there's people there, so there's not really many options in Tasmania.
Yeah, and would the expansion of Hobart Airport have impacts on your operations?
Not necessarily. So we built a new runway about 11 years ago, which is parallel to Hobart Airport. So we actually can land a Cessna 172 and a 737's beside us coming in to land at Hobart. So it's very much like the Sydney Airport with the two runways there, where it's very much like the same at Cambridge. So we've got a pretty good working relationship with Air Services, and we can operate pretty well unrestricted.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Dolan. I just want to go back to the separation issue that you talked about with respect to the two flight paths.
Yeah, the two arrivals into Hobart. Yes.
Yeah. So you talked about. Let me see if I can get the lingo right. The RNP versus the RNAV.
Yes.
And so the conversation from the people around Primrose Sands Dodgers Ferry is to move that flight path a few k's to the east. The concern from the Dunalley community is that by doing that you move automatically one of the flight paths that impacts on those. You're saying that those things don't necessarily need to be linked or have that level of separation in the way that they're currently designed, because they're the way that the airspace practically works is that there won't be two aircraft there at the same time.
I'm happy to be proven wrong, but that would be my understanding. There are other approaches into Hobart on that runway, for example, a VOR approach or other things like that. I don't see, considering they both start at the same approach fix of Bavur, which is over Fawcett. So both approaches start there first. They fly down here, hit that waypoint, and regardless it's the runway, it's the same point. They can go.
So they're going to have, but they both
have to go through
through that waypoint.
Both have to hit there, and that one goes the RMP approach close, and that one goes over. And they're not used for separation purposes. They don't put one plane, they don't bring two planes down there at the same time and have, I'll give one a shortcut and give one the long approach to do the separation. I've not witnessed that. So I would suggest that you could move that waypoint further east, and it would not, but again, I'm not an approach designer, I'm very happy proven wrong, but from my experience, I do not see two aircraft there at the same time, and the only time I'd see two aircraft there would be if one's doing training, for example, which would probably be me, doing training there because there's a holding point there, and they'd just say, oh, clearance not available, go somewhere else, we've got a 737 coming in, just wait 10 minutes and then you can go there. I just don't see a reason why there'd be two high-capacity jets there, both doing the approach at the same time, because again, they both got to land. They both end at the same. They both start at the same point. They both end at the same point. I think it was mentioned earlier. There's 6 miles of separation between the two. That's not enough for something flying at 200 knots. It's 30 seconds.
Yeah. And so, in respect of the waypoint itself. So what you've just said is that effectively you could relocate the waypoint to a location that has less population.
Yeah, that waypoint over Fawcett, I just feel it is a point put there. I mean,
and then the tracks would then all
differentiate from that. Correct.
Into that.
Yeah.
And mitigate the impact of
some noise. There'll still be someone impacted, but there'll be. I mean, the approach, the close approach, is very efficient. I mean, it's been designed to be in my opinion, the closest approach you can do using it's basically it's turning approach.
It's relatively tight.
It's relatively tight.
Yep.
It's and only some people can do it. So my aircraft can't fly it. And the point was raised before that when it was first created, only some operators could do it. Well, during COVID, all the airlines, because a lot of airports around Australia are introducing their sort of approaches. They're not quite as tight as this, but it is more efficient use of the airspace, and so they've increased equipment on the aircraft and trained their pilots, and now more are doing it. But I think initially only Jetstar were the only airline that could fly it with their Airbuses. And then progressively over the last few years, more and more airlines introduced this equipment and this training to allow them to be approved to do this. But this does require CASA approval to this approach, the tight one, because it is quite tight and you need special training to do it.
And clearly that there's been a significant investment in that process.
Absolutely.
By the airlines. Okay. All right. I think that might do us. Thank you for your evidence. It's been quite useful. Well, is for us, might not be for other people, but we very much appreciate that. We are a little bit ahead of.
Do you mind if I just make one extra comment?
I'm very happy to receive your.
I just want to note the white paper came out a few days ago, and I would suggest it was a little bit disappointing from a general aviation point of view. There wasn't a lot put into it, and I do note that this committee did an inquiry into general aviation a few years ago, and I saw the government's response basically saying, almost thanks but no thanks. We note it's been so. We note the rules were something like. So the comment was something like, we note your recommendations, but the time has been so long since the committee came out that it's noted but not being followed up on.
So you would say that. I mean, we're getting a little bit off track, but
yeah, I know. I understand. I appreciate your time, but
in terms of reference, might say any other matters. It does give us some scope.
Yeah, it's just a little bit frustrating.
I suppose just to make a quick point, then, in that context, you would see that some of the recommendations that came out of that previous report still have currency.
Paper. Yeah.
No, but they still have currency.
They absolutely have currency, and it's just 12 recommendations and it didn't enter the white paper. I'll leave it on.
So your response to the white paper would be
wasn't enough for general aviation.
Could you please, not enough for general aviation, but please can you go back and read that last Senate report, because there's some good recommendations there.
Very good recommendations there.
Okay, well we'll take that advertisement for the Senate Committee's work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wells. We shall have a quick break for lunch. We will come back for lunch on time because we've got some submitters who are coming in specifically to provide us. So we will
Could come back a little bit earlier if you wanted, maybe 10 past or 40 past. I'd love that. Gives us sort of 55 minutes, quarter past.
So what we're going to start at 1:20. Why don't we come back at 1? Is it possible to come back at 1 o'clock?
Yeah, I reckon.
So just for everybody's information, we'll reconvene. There are some people here who are under aircraft pressure. In other words, they want to catch one. So we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Welcome back, everybody. We've broken the panel into two sections so that for management purposes. This is our last session for the day. If you start seeing Senator Darman getting edgy and Taz, that means that they're itching to go to the airport, your favourite place.
It's fine.
But we will give you as much opportunity as we can to say your two bobs worth. That's the point of this exercise. This is our last session for the day, community open session. As I flagged this morning, interest in the community has been strong, and we've done our best to accommodate as many people as possible. Anyone who's not been scheduled to speak today is welcome to provide a written statement which will be accepted by the committee and become part of the evidence of the inquiry. Please see James at the Secretariat table after the hearing if you've got any further information. I now welcome members of the community for the open session. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to a Senate committee has been provided to you. Some of you provided submissions or statements in advance. We've received these and thank you for them. I'll go to your each in turn. If you could try and limit it to about 3 or 4 minutes, so we can try and keep to some time. The Secretary will make a sound. Oh, actually, we won't do that, but if you can just try and manage the time for us. So I'll come to you in sequence, ask you, we'll go through the panel first, names, rank and serial number for purposes of Hansard, and then we'll go to your statements. So we'll start with you, Ms.
Sharon Fotheringham from Fawcett, community member.
Robin Guy, community member from Carlton, from Province Drive.
Glenn Ransley, resident of Carlton.
And Philip Orlick, resident of Primrose Sands since 2016.
Thank you. Welcome all. We might start with you, Ms. Fotheringham.
I'll make it quick. I've resided on a 150-acre property at Fawcett for the past 40+ years, and despite the falsities of air services, prior to 2017 was never previously overflown. Since 2019, I am now subjected to extreme negative impacts of 3 flight paths: the RNPAR, known as the short path, the RNAV, known as the long path, and the departures. All these flights diverge on a directional point at the back of my house called Bavu, which has already been mentioned. I am subjected, along with probably 15 of my neighbours, to all arriving flights at Hobart Airport when predominantly northerly wind is blowing. In summer, this is 35% of the time, and in a busy winter, 98% of the time. I believe personally the flights are below 2,000 feet. The decibel readings are on a regular basis of 93+ decibels, which is too noisy. Health issues in regard to air quality and effects on our water supply, which is tanks, by aircraft emissions, which are too polluting. The ICAO reference air quality affected by up to 3,000 feet. The composition of the aircraft emissions is believed to be extremely carcinogenic, which is a huge problem for my community. Negative effects of these paths continually for 18 to 22 hours, depending on frequent late arrivals into the airport. The current NAP situation has not changed any of the mentioned facts. Personally for me, as planes are now flying very haphazardly over my property and over my neighbours, and the NAP is being continually breached. As stated previously, Air Services is admitted, and to use their quote, outside tower hours, airspace is uncontrolled and application of the NAP is at the aircraft operator's discretion and adherence is not mandatory. I believe that the manner in which this trial was instigated was set up to fail, and that is what appears to be happening. Many of the residents, including myself, have experienced health issues. Relaxation and enjoyment I gain from gardening in my front and backyard is no longer experienced due to constant noise and sight invasion from planes and the total loss of privacy and peace. In 2017, since 2017, my sleep quality has deteriorated drastically, with trouble getting to sleep and remaining asleep due to constant plane invasion. I have always suffered from chronic migraine, which has greatly increased due to high decibel noise, and approximately 2 years ago, I experienced one of the worst migraines, with symptoms of vomiting, dry reaching, paralysis, which can lead to stroke for me, sight and speech impairment, noises intensified by up to 100%. And could you imagine trying to cope with decibel readings of 186 decibels? This migraine continued for 2 days with excruciating pain brought on, I believe, by the fact that my peace and tranquility had been shattered. And this took me to a very low place where I experienced a great sense of hopelessness. I realised, luckily, the only out was to fight back and not be intimidated by this corporate entity pushing its own agenda over the rights of an ordinary person, and that's why I'm here today fighting. I'd also like to mention here my neighbour JJ, who I believe you've seen a video on the effects noise have had on him, which have been extreme too. For me, the duration, frequency and particularly the intensity of migraine has increased since 2007. I have received medical attention for depression and anxiety. I did state how I view the Air Services Board, and my main thing here is they are totally incompetent. They do not understand community engagement, and they don't understand what the word empathy means. As I stated, the last 3 engagement sessions, if we wanted to sit down, we were forced to sit on the floor. No seating, and that this was to ensure that people did not remain for long periods of time, and that we did not form groups, because they want one-on-one, not group participation. My community here is seeking, we put forward a motion for the permanent solution of moving the flight paths, and we haven't had any response to this motion from Tim Gill. The path is too low, too noisy and too polluting. And the community has been fighting this, and I personally have been fighting for 7 years, and our group for 5 years. A lot of the community is burnt out and exhausted, and are relying on this group appearing before you to continue the fight, which is what we are doing. That there are 2 suitable options which have been stated, and stated by Dr. Terhorst. There are solutions for this. The airport curfew, which is not looking likely, but mandatory control of noise levels similar to those imposed by Europe and stipulated by the World Health Organisation. Flight paths over water and over sparsely populated areas where available and suitable, and they are available here in Tasmania. The short track is over the most populated area of the Tasman Peninsula, and both these stated solutions are available. A review of all flight paths under 5,000 feet should be initiated. Flight path principles need to be reviewed because they do not match current community expectations. Example, too low. Principles that were applied pre-2020, we can't locate them, and we're of the understanding that no principles were applied to either of these 2 incoming flight paths. As stated, Air Noise Ombudsman needs to become an independent entity with a drastically improved and strong charter. Community consideration and safety must be on a par with aircraft safety. Flight path creation must be completed within a mandatory period and not permitted to be ongoing for 5 to 7 years, as is occurring with this community. And the issues are still unresolved. The current Air Services Board of Australia needs to be replaced and a strict code of conduct be implemented, particularly in regard to the manner in which Air Services Australia staff interact with communities. If Air Services gets the flight path correct, which it should have done in the first place, I'd like to blatantly state here it will solve all the problems. You won't need a curfew. It won't have a negative effect on tourism and business, as you've heard this morning, and it doesn't limit flight times for the airport. As stated, the current flight path over Fawcett, Carlton River and Primrose Sands is too low, too noisy and too polluting. And I thank you for listening.
Ms. Guy.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to do this on behalf of quite a few people in our community who've given up. You know, they just get to the stage where they go, right, this is just too much, I'm going to sell my property and leave. And that costs them about $30,000 to do that of their equity. The consultation process you've heard a lot about. Nobody liked it much. General agreement from the groups represented here today that it was orchestrated community sessions, divisive in its attitude, and that they did keep control of the narrative. Now I'm just quoting from other people there that I've heard today, and that's exactly how I see it. The survey they did, that really annoyed me. It was a survey that allowed you to take options that you didn't want. That's all it offered. It didn't say, would you like to have the runway moved 3 kilometres east? That was not an option. So I told Air Services Tasmania that wasn't going to fill in their survey, so I'm not counted in that. And I think there would have been a fair number of people who felt that way as well. That's my first point. Air Services Australia consultation was terrible. The next one is the health issues that are caused by constant low, loud airplanes going over your living environment. Sleep disturbance is one of the big ones. If you're a lark, you like to get up early in the morning, you don't like to stay awake until 10:30 at night when that last plane goes over. If you're sensitive to noise, that's what happens. You'll go to bed at 9 and you'll wake up when that plane goes over. You get a little adrenaline rush. And you can't do anything about it, so that you have a stress response to that, and it takes you half an hour to go back to sleep again. And for people with shift work, it's a real issue. You know, if you're sensitive to noise, and I would say 1/3 of the population probably are. The adrenaline response, if you can't do anything with it, it converts into stress in your body. So that's a real issue. Children's learning is another thing. If you've got children who are sensitive to sound, ADHD children, autistic children, babies who are fractious, and you just get them to sleep and an aeroplane goes over, it's not good. It's especially for kids and their concentration at school. And in Tasmania, we've got a problem, as we all know, with functional illiteracy at 50%. We've got to start looking at, protecting children from anything that's going to affect their learning in schools, and noise is one of those big issues, I believe. Shift workers, my peace and enjoyment of our retirement property was destroyed in early 2020 with the first plane going over. And you go, oh, a plane, wow. Where did that come from? I missed all of the ASA information about the changes of the runway, so I didn't know about that. So one aeroplane is not too bad, but the second aeroplane that comes off, each time you are suppressing your stress levels because you go, oh, noise, I hate this noise. And our environments are very noisy, even without aeroplanes. We've got cars and lawnmowers and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that added noise throughout the day is really and has an effect on your feelings of enjoyment of your property, your retirement, et cetera, et cetera. The next thing I'd like to mention is the safety dictates were used for the short runway. Rob, our pilot, said he doesn't understand that, because if you've got a problem with your aircraft, you don't want to bring it in over suburbia and have something happen there and you've got collateral damage on the ground. You want to bring it in over water, where you can possibly have a safer approach, or if anything goes wrong. That was just one thing that to me seemed crazy, to bring in to use a safety reason, a short runway that is over a highly built up area. ASA are currently using environmental CO2 factors as justification for their short runway. This, I suggest, fails to conform with their commitment to minimise effects of aviation noise on communities. It just seems to me a little bit cynical to say that it's because of CO2. I think Rob gave figures of how much extra CO2 is used if they use the long runway as opposed to the short one. Many community members I talk to just feel totally disempowered by and voiceless about this whole thing. There's a level of sort of fatalism where people just wear the added noise and pollution and live indoors and, their health, and just take the health issues that come with it. The extra stress, the reduction in quality of life. And I sort of feel that I'm here, I think I said this already, that I'm representing quite a few people who've just said, you know, we're powerless, we can't do anything about this, so we'll just, you know, sell our house or we'll just bear with it. So in summary, I'd like to see the long runway installed as the norm, change the approach to 3 kilometres from the short approach, impose a curfew, yes please, with exemptions perhaps for some of those Antarctic and emergency service planes that the other people seem to be worried about, and prioritise community wellbeing. But create an independent agency to mediate the establishment of new air highways and an independent ombudsman. So basically I'm just confirming everything in our submission and what previous and future people are going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Ransley.
Thank you, honourable senators, for letting us speak. My name is Glenn Ransley. I live with my wife Lynn in Carlton, bordering on Carlton River. We are adversely affected by the runway 30 RNPAR arrivals flight path, where we are subjected to aircraft and aircraft noise overhead at approximately 2,000 feet. To say the least, it is one of the most annoying, invasive, interrupting noise you can experience, and varies from high-pitched screaming and whining to deep thunderous bellows. In 2017, we purchased a block of land in Province Drive, Carlton. In 2018, built our retirement home. In July 2019, we sold our family home in Hobart and relocated to Southern Beaches to enjoy a quiet, less hectic lifestyle. In November 2019, our quiet enjoyment of our property was shattered by the first aircraft flying over our home. You can't imagine our horror when we made inquiries to find that a new flight path had been in planning since early 2018, just before our new build commenced. At no time since purchasing our block of land and before the first flyover in November 2019 were we as landowners directly communicated with or contacted by Air Services Australia. We did not read or hear from any source anything about a flight path over our property. If we had known of the impending flight path in March 2018, we would have made a much more informed decision as to whether we built or not in Southern Beaches, and certainly would not have considered selling our family home in 2019. That is why, for the past 5 years, and you might wonder why we live under a flight path, but that is why for the past 5 years we have been living the nightmare under that flight path. I'm aware of other people who have similar stories as ours. None of them had received any notification from Air Services Australia. As it turns out, there were very few residents that were aware of the flight path, or the pending flight path. I've asked myself what could have been done for us and what can be done now for future flight path planning to mitigate the detrimental effects of aircraft and aircraft noise on residents, and I now put forward the following points. 1. Air Services Australia, if you are going to implement a new flight path, can you communicate directly with the community, and I mean 100% effectiveness? ASA, Air Services Australia, can you give communities and environmental impacts equal consideration as you do for aircraft safety? Air Services Australia, can you improve flight path planning, sorry, this is number 3, and place flight paths over least populated areas wherever possible? For example, current one-way 30 arrivals flight path affects more than 1,700 households. Why did you not position it 3 to 5 kilometres further to the east, where it would affect only 15 households? Point 4, make it mandatory for Air Services Australia to implement noise abatement programs, known as the NAP, and share flights across multiple flight paths to spread the burden of aircraft noise when other alternatives are not available. Don't do a survey, just make it mandatory. It does help. Point 5, Senators, can we upgrade the Air Services Act of 1995 that governs Air Services Australia and make the above points mandatory for them to implement, and if not, and not abided by, with punitive consequences if they ignore them? Number 6, put in place a watchdog, give the Aircraft Noise Ombudsman autonomy and give them the power to apply punitive measures against air services if they fail to comply. The measures outlined above may not assist our personal situation, but it may prevent a repeat of it. Air Services Australia, communication is the key. I'd like to thank the committee for their time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Ransley. Mr Orlick.
Thank you for coming down and listening to us. It's been fairly frustrating in the last few years. I bought in Primrose in 2016. I was a victim of the third runway in Sydney when I was living in a house in Newtown, and I tried to make sure that I wasn't going to be affected again. So I found a block in Primrose Sands, parked my car on the block for 3 days and listened to the birds and didn't hear any aircraft sounds. Actually by flying into Hobart, checked the flight path and found that I wasn't affected. I'm still not as affected as some of my neighbours. I actually live on a hill in the middle of Primrose Sands. I get a beautiful view of the aircraft, but not so much the sound. So I'm here to support them. By doing that, I've been in touch with ASA. I've been to some of the community meetings and have the feeling that I and we are being fobbed off. I've asked, I thought, some pretty pertinent questions, important questions about, number one, the safety issue, which they keep on pointing out. I've never seen more than one aircraft in the sky at one time. So when we have during the daytime, coming in on the flight path 30, never more than one. In the afternoon, when it comes down in the old way through Connelly's Marsh / Dunalley, the same thing, never more than one. So this idea of separation, I find unnecessary, in that we're now told that that's why they meet around Fawcett and then come in at their own terms. They, as Rob the pilot says, they're asked to slow down. So there's no danger of those planes colliding or running into each other. I also ask what's been happening in the last 20 or 30 years. If that flight path is considered unsafe now, why wasn't it unsafe then? Other things that do concern me, however, are the fact that I'm reliant on tank water for my drinking water and bathing, etc., and even garden where I grow my own vegetables. When I asked at a community meeting what sort of testing had been done on water tanks in people in similar situations to us in other areas, they told me that they weren't aware of any, but they had done air testing at Hobart Airport, and that they found that the levels for the workers on the apron of the airport were below the maximum safety levels. Didn't really answer my question about water contamination, and still we haven't had any information or assistance in testing our water tanks. As has been mentioned before, Primrose Sands receives one of the lowest rainfalls in Tasmania. Sometimes it doesn't rain for 6 weeks to 2 months. Then the accumulation of whatever particles on our roof gets washed straight into our water tanks. I was also told that the new flight path would save on fuel for the airlines, and therefore would allay any environmental concerns that I had. He quoted the fact that they'd be using less fuel by coming in the shortcut. However, as Rob pointed out, that's about 1 kilogram per passenger, which is negligible because they actually have to come, when they come in the shorter route, they actually have to fly to descend at a steeper level with flaps up, etc., which means that they're actually using more fuel as they come in. If they come in at a larger arc through Connolly's Marsh or through the old flight path, they use less fuel there. Plus, of course, the altitude, they're coming in over Connolly's Marsh is 3,500 feet. Over us, it's about 1,800 to 2,000 feet. Some of our speakers this morning mentioned that Hobart only receives 8% of the number of flights that Sydney receives, so therefore we really shouldn't be complaining. However, without a curfew, we can say that from 10 p.m. until 6 a.m., which is the curfew hours of Sydney Airport, we actually receive 100% more flights than Sydney, because they receive none, we receive whatever number it is. So that sort of figure is a bit misleading, I think, from the person that brought that up before. The other issue was, my issue is that whilst I'm unaffected, kind of at the moment, once these larger passenger planes come in, if they're using the same flight path, that is 30 over Primrose Sands, they're not going to be able to make that arc. They're going to have to go in a wider arc. Now, one of the speakers this morning mentioned that it was the larger aircraft produce 25% pollution less than the smaller aircraft that we're using at the moment. However, I forgot to say that the larger aircraft, that is less pollution per passenger. What he didn't say was that the larger aircraft have 3 times the number of passengers on them. So a mathematician could work that out, that 25% of 3 to 400 is a lot less than 25% of 100 of the current planes that are coming in. It seems to me that ASA have decided what they want. They've worked out the plans to suit themselves, to suit Hobart Airport and to suit the airlines. And the consultation is pure with the local communities is purely academic. Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Orlick. Do you have any questions, Senator Darmo? I don't.
Maybe, do I have time for one?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Just interested in perhaps any of your views on the Hobart Airport response on the new aircraft noise being lower and what the impact of this will be. Does that have any bearing at all? Yeah.
It's still noisy.
Yeah. I don't think it'll have an immediate effect on us because I think it will be a long time before all these planes hit Tasmania. Normally Tasmania is the last state that gets anything new, so we're still going to experience the really negative impacts on us. And even the new aircraft is still going to fly, if they don't change the flight path, at less than 2,000 feet over our areas.
The A220, they've only got one at the moment which flies from Melbourne to Hobart, and unlike the comment this morning, Qantas at the moment are only planning to buy 7. So that's not going to make a huge difference. The 737 Maxes, or 800s, that I think Virgin are buying are no quieter or less polluting than the current ones. So it's going to be decades before new aircraft are going to make any difference to the situation in Primrose Carlton.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you coming here today to provide us your evidence and the opportunity to speak.
Yeah.
Welcome, everyone.
I'll start from that end if you like.
No, I'm running the rules here. It's you first.
I have actually spoken before, that's all.
It's okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm a creature of habit.
That's
So firstly, name, rank and serial number from everyone down the panel, and then I'll come back to you to do your statement.
Yep, Kathy Minucci, just a member, just a resident in Primrose Sands.
You are
All right.
you're a community member from Primrose Sands. Nothing about this is just. I think is probably a fair statement. Ms Murray.
Eva Murray, live at Colton River, Esplanade.
Thank you.
Philip Drew, a proud and passionate Primrose Sands resident.
Thank you.
And Dr. Amelia Hager, third generation Primrose property owner, fifth generation Tasmanian. So,
Thank you. Ms Minucci.
Good morning, thank you everyone. It's afternoon now. I've been here listening to what everyone has been saying. I've actually feel that there's been positive energy with what has been said as a solution here. We've heard from quite a few different people, starting with the Sorrel Council. It's very difficult for a general manager to operate with quite a substantial area and try and find, even ground for all communities. And Rob went through, the issue of when the flight path first came out, dealing with the Dunalley area, and then now recently with where the flight path has now been set in over the top of the area of a lot of people here. You've heard our submission as well. I did a personal one and my number was 195, so I appreciate that if you read that one as well. We also heard from the community from Dunalley, and the thing is I wanted to make it quite clear that Air Services Australia, in putting this flight path, how their consultation and where they put it actually pitted community against community, and they walked away. And so what we're trying to do here, and through what the information that we're giving you, we're trying to actually bring communities back together and make the perpetrator of this low-flying flight path and the decisions that were made, make them accountable for what they've done, and accountable in that they please readdress and re-look at the flight path design, because it's actually far too low, and another member has already mentioned this. It is far too low, and I said people have talked about heights and things like that. I personally think, from basic mathematics and angles and the triangulation, that these flights are going over at 1,000 feet. Now that is against CASA regulations. Commercial flights are not allowed to fly over commercial, homes at that height. I would actually question that whether they're actually doing that. If they are, they're probably only over by a very short, 10, 20, maybe 300 feet. So they're actually only just at their borderline. Coupled with that, we're getting excessive noise. Their modelling shows that they were actually wrong, and that modelling was done quite a long time ago. They've now got a new noise monitor which they've recently installed in 3 areas, which is Primrose Sands, Collins Marsh and Dunalley. The one in Primrose Sands has been shifted, so it's now about 450 metres away from the original noise location, and it's actually at a height lower by about 100 metres. So when you actually, the information that was handed or was on part of Andrew Terhoist's submission, he had a noise monitoring box plot which actually showed you the decibel readings, and they were actually very high. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of this new noise modelling survey that they're doing. I also listened to the Hobart Airport. It sounds like your questions that you asked to them were actually very pertinent, but it seems to me, if I've understood it correctly, is that basically all planes are coming in normal flying times, and there's only the exempted planes coming in outside of those hours. So they weren't able to answer for you how many planes were coming in outside of after the 10 o'clock. They gave a generalised comment. Also, the gentleman from the Chamber of Commerce, he actually seemed to be more concerned with, if I remember it correctly, from the lights of the planes over Maria Island than the actual community that actually is being drastically impacted.
It doesn't.
Yeah. Okay, but you've got the fruit growers also. That's really important to our Tasmanian. Really important to Tasmania, but they're using the Spirit of Tasmania to shift their fruit at the moment. But they are welcoming the flights, but they can actually operate within the normal operating hours. The point that I probably trying to make is that, for me, one of the people came up with, the point is we need to actually find a flight path that's beneficial to everyone. And we have got that. Being in Tasmania, we are surrounded by water. We have got that option, and it's out over the east coast because it's over the water. Nobody lives there. I think one person said, bring the flights down a bit further south and it will come over Madonna I'm not the flight expert, so I don't know. But basically, in those areas there, the flights would be very, very high, and the impact to normal people's lives will be a lot less. And that's where I think that the flights should go. What I was going to also say quickly, I don't want to take up too much time, is that, in Primrose Sands, the whole area is such a beautiful area, and it's named after all the birds, and they say that that you actually go, when you actually go in, I'll just read it out. They say nature is a place to soothe and heal, and importantly, to put your senses back in order. Everyone aspires to go home and relax, to put their senses back in order. But unfortunately, the new Runway 30 RNP AR flight path in Hobart into Hobart Airport is actually destroying that. The new flight path has become a source of constant stress and anxiety, and our quiet space has become a hotspot for low-flying domestic planes. And the noise, the emissions, all of these things are well above international, which is ICAO, International Civil Aviation. That organisation has rules and regulations which ASA refer to. They also refer to WHO, which is the World Health Organisation, but none of those thresholds are abided by. My point that I wanted to make was that, if they get their flight paths right and they get them up high enough, then half of this problem won't exist.
Thank you.
Yep.
Murray.
All right. My partner and I moved to Colton River in 2020 in April, just before the lockdowns. When we did our research into the area, nothing sort of came up about any flight paths, so we sort of moved in at the cusp of when all this was starting. So we were completely unaware. I checked out different things about the river and other things before we moved in, checked all the boundaries like you do. We moved out here because I was retiring and my partner was just recently retired, and I have a couple of health issues, so we came here for the sea change. Obviously, because of the COVID lockdowns, there was no flights, so we lived in peace and tranquility for about a year and a half, and then the planes started. So we live right down on the river, so the noise is quite reverberates around the river, depending on atmospheric pressure, the weather and the river. Occasionally, the planes will actually sound like they're rumbling all the way around you, akin to like warplanes coming in to bomb the place. So it depends on the atmospheric pressure. It's not like that happens every day, but once every few weeks, this rumbling noise will surround the whole area. I'll sit outside with my noise cancelling headsets if I'm listening to something or talking to someone on the phone or just in the garden, just to keep some of that noise out. And still, when they're coming in, they come in so low across the river that I can read the Jetstar logo on the top of the bottom of their belly of their plane and see all the gears and everything. So they're definitely flying far too low. That is my main issue with these flights is that they're flying far too low. We had old windows in our house. We've since double glazed them to help cut some of that noise inside the house, which has helped to some degree. But obviously, as soon as you go outside and you're just enjoying tranquility. The other issue is the planes don't come in just one and then an hour later another hour. They tend to come in groups of 3, so you'll have one come in and then 5 minutes later another one sort of buzzing in, another 10 minutes later another one buzzing through. Obviously the airport is 24 hours. My understanding is normally the last flight's about 10:30, 11, but obviously there's delays. So I have been woken up at 1 o'clock in the morning. Hobart is the 9th busiest airport in Australia, so it's probably time to review the curfew times, because particularly that the airport is expanding with runways. We've already up to 2.1 million visitors a year at this airport, and I can only assume that's going to keep increasing. So we need to nip this in the bud before in 10 years' time this area, Southern Beach, is basically just bombarded with flights all the time. So in summary, as many other here have said, that there are plenty of options where the flights could come down the water, avoiding most of the built-up areas and then land through some way there. And so that the area can become peaceful and tranquil. The suburb was there before the flight path, basically. So we were all living in peaceful, tranquil lives until a corporation decided to move all the flight paths around, not bother to really consult with anyone. And when we've complained or have written in, you just get the general corporate position. The survey that I filled in for Australia Air Services was quite confusing. I found the various options that it took me quite a while to sit there and read through them and understand what the options they were providing. So I didn't find that survey very helpful. So in summary, I'd like a review of the curfew, review of the flight path 30, because it's just far too low over a populated area, and more consultation with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Drury.
Thank you, everyone. Honourable Senators, for coming down and having this forum for us to speak. I said I was proud and passionate to be a Primrose resident, and a lot of it's because we've only been at Primrose for 2 years, me and my family, and to watch the community rally around this cause has been inspiring, to be frank, and also we've come to understand it's been going on a lot more than 2 years. So I'll probably speak more generally around our lived experience as a family. And at the risk of being slightly lighthearted and to channel a great Australian film, this is far beyond the vibe of it all. And there are true injustices that I and others have evidenced. Learned, considered, passionate people. And again, just want to show my appreciation, our family's appreciation for, again, this forum and for those in our community that have made a fantastic case. So as I say, my family and I live at Primrose Sands, virtually directly under one of the current flight paths, the ones we've come to understand are the so-called shortcut. Professionally, I work from home as a director of 200% virtual companies, so my home is my full-time workplace as well. And we did that 2 years ago, downsizing, if you like, from Kingston. My wife also works from home on a consistent basis, and for what it's worth, is a professional in the community engagement space, and her opinion is that the community engagement has been less than optimal. I also suffer from an autoimmune disease, ankylosing spondylitis, and while I try and put it out of my mind and believe I don't have it, it's quite exacerbated by pollutants and allergens, whether they're airborne or ingested. These environmental triggers cause severe joint pain for me and lung issues, restricting my movement and diminishing my ability to work effectively. I don't know whether pollution from planes has aggravated my condition of late, but it certainly hasn't got better. My specialist has advised that pollutants such as exhaust fumes and microparticles in the air are particularly hazardous to me, though we all know air pollution is a health risk for everyone. Therefore, the presence of aircraft engine pollutants in the air and settling on our roofs and leaching into our water tanks is a serious concern for the mental and physical health of families. Our family, myself included, the point there about the mental, you can't get it out of your mind. To think that you could be consuming, again, I don't have any evidence of that, but I think it's been well presented. We moved to Primrose, as I say, nearly 2 years ago, seeking a quieter and more connected community experience, to be frank, after living in a few of Hobart's beautiful but more densely populated suburbs. So we were quite elated to be welcomed into the community too, particularly at the local RSL, where we made some great friends. It's a very connected community, something I wasn't used to for a large part of my life. And our home is a gift. It's set in a beautifully scenic and largely unspoiled natural environment of the area on the bluff end. So again, it was possibly even a novelty in the first few days when we saw the planes go over. But as visitors came to our new home, they'd often remark on how low the planes seemed to fly, quite intuitively, if you like. And they'd question how we'd manage the intrusiveness of that noise and potential health risks from fuel emissions. I mean, they were politely saying, you bugger up. Come down to Primrose and you're in this flight path. Over time, then, we became increasingly observant, and concerned ourselves, recognising the conscious but also importantly the subconscious impacts of the planes flying overhead on our daily lives. So these effects for us included disrupted sleep, mental distraction, and even agitation in our pets, for what it's worth. But all this contributes to a persistent sense of unease that affects our overall well-being. So that combined stress and anxiety from these disruptions and concerns, they just can't be ignored. They're real. The noise from these seemingly low-flying planes is also highly disruptive to both my online businesses, and clients and colleagues often comment, even in jest, on the significant level of aircraft noise and expressing their concern about the potential health impacts. So again, the planes cause constant disruption and distractions to my work life too. To draw an analogy, this particular contentious pathway, if I call it that, and I know there's others, that's in question above our house, we see is akin to taking an unwarranted shortcut through someone's property to save time. Just as this would be unacceptable on the ground, it should not be permitted in the air, for all the reasons outlined in our community group's submission and the concerns I've expressed today. This situation ultimately raises the question of who controls, if not owns, their airspace, but what rights citizens have to protect their properties, lifestyles, and the right to live free from imposed health hazards. It's clear the solution here lies in adopting an alternative flight path. Get it done. So in conclusion, I'm here today to voice our family's support for an alternate pathway, possibly even the recently tested, if I get that right, pathway, or even a similar option that bypasses the densely populated areas of the region, whether that's out across the water has been expressed, as it would effectively address our personal concerns, but no doubt the overwhelming majority of the community's concern regarding noise and hazardous pollution. Furthermore, and something else I've seen through these processes, we strongly believe that the flight paths we're talking about over the community should be permanently closed, or possibly the word, permanently closed, and not left dormant, so-called, for future use. They should be retired, or whatever the jargon.
Made obsolete.
Made obsolete, thank you. So they can't pop up again by someone else's determination. A less invasive flight path should be adopted in its place and forevermore. And I thank everyone again for the ability to speak.
Thanks, Mr Drury. Dr Hagger.
Thank you, Senators, for your time today and for the inquiry into the impact and mitigation of aircraft noise. My question for the inquiry is, firstly, why is it up to a handful of locals to identify and highlight glaring shortcomings in what should be a professional organisation? A lack of thorough investigation, not meeting their own standards, rash, illogical decisions that expose our communities and other communities to extreme noise disturbance in response to concerns raised by fewer people experiencing lesser impact. There seems to have been complete disregard for welfare and sole focus on maximising tourism industry and corporate profits. In the Airport Master Plan, lack of curfew is something to be exploited. I'm concerned at the word exploited being used. Cost-benefit analysis is extremely flawed, with economic benefit blown out of proportion. Multi-generational wealth gaps highlight industry profits do not filter down to the average ratepayer, and particularly to rural communities. Costs are frequently downplayed to minimal noise disturbance. And finally, we feel communities are gaslit by hiding behind lack of legislation. It is imperative to ensure this does not happen again, and that communities affected by noise and pollution, particularly by business activities, have enforceable mitigation policies. My own personal impact of lived experience is I am very concerned with the lack of contact identifying property owners that would have been impacted by this decision. This was assessed as impact not expected to be noticeable. Personal experience is, instead, this is guaranteed waking after dark from late or early flights, resulting in regular sleep disturbance. And one particular occasion in May 2022, I was woken suddenly from a deep sleep by a deafening roar and the room filled with lights from an aircraft. We are off-grid, so there's no ambient light. This sudden high alert disturbance, I experienced palpitations and felt panic, assuming a plane was going to crash into the bluff. This was in very high winds. My pets were also woken and they ran and hid under the bed. And after this incident, I moved away from the bluff, as immediately I was aware my health could have been impacted if I continued to live on the affected property. Following this event, I have been renting 1 kilometre away, and whilst I can still hear aircraft noise, it is annoying rather than disturbing. For comparison, at no time during my peacekeeping missions overseas has any event been as stressful as this incident, and this was back home. It has taken 2 years to sell this property, and although Air Services now acknowledge there has been considerable impact on the local community that it previously overlooked and underestimated, there's been no attempt to compensate or support locals experiencing disruption in their lives as a direct impact from the sudden decision to create a concentrated flight path in close proximity to the airport, experiencing low altitude traffic. For context, Carlton Bluff has been owned by my family for 3 generations, and selling my property has caused additional stress, as this was supposed to be achieving my dream. Coming back home and setting up a wellbeing retreat after serving 16 years in the military. This area has a very strong connection for my family and my sisters. We spent hours each summer playing with cousins and second cousins with the extended family. We absolutely loved being out bush and exploring the rock pools and being taught to identify native species by my mother. My sisters and I have gone on to work in allied health or environmental areas, particularly landscape project design fields, and this is from our early love of biology and botany. In addition, my mother's ashes were scattered into the ocean from the bluff. Developing a sense of belonging and connection to place, and particularly connection to the environment, is important for wellbeing and promoting sustainable lifestyles. For additional context, I am also neurodiverse. I am very sensitive to mechanical noise, and particularly high and loud frequencies. The incessant noise from flights every 5 minutes, means I cannot work in peace and quiet enough to concentrate, and when aircraft are directly overhead, I cannot even hold a conversation. The noise is equivalent decibels to a hairdryer. This is not once a day, but frequent interruptions. Not only was there no warning since the implementation 7 years ago, there has still been no attempt to identify people impacted. This lack of responsibility, I believe, is unacceptable, as I personally made the World Health Organisation's report on the impact of noise the impact of noise that negatively affected health, and in particular reduces life expectancy. Instead, mental health hotline numbers are now available at the end of emails. This does not qualify, in my opinion, as hazard reduction. Furthermore, my partner has been diagnosed with PTSD following his service in Afghanistan. I have personally worked with trauma clients for over 10 years, and I intend to complete a PhD in research in the trauma response spectrum, and particularly looking at different treatments for stress reduction. I'm well aware of the impact of cumulative stress. This needs to be acknowledged, and basic human rights need to be protected. The ability to live in safety. A home should be a place of safety, not a place of heightened distress, particularly caused by external business activities who profit at others' expense. There is a human cost, so my question is, what is the value of human life? There is a growing body of research that shows prolonged exposure to aircraft noise in proximity to airports reduces life expectancy and increases risk factors of comorbidities and health problems. So who pays for the increased burden on the healthcare system, and particularly in rural areas that have poor access to these services? Worse, exposure levels are expected to increase. I addressed this concern at the community meeting at the Primrose RSL, which the spokesperson from Air Services informed us that they are not responsible for future forecasting. So therefore, a flight was implemented during COVID without community awareness, let alone engagement, and subsequently no responsibility or accountability for ongoing impact since this decision has been made. It has taken 2 years for my affected property to sell, and that is at $300,000 less than the advertised price. I am also saddened at the utter lack of environmental impact assessment. There were eagles nesting on my family's property. I frequently filmed these, soaring above the coastline hunting. One of the pair was lost in 23, and a second has disappeared more recently a few months ago. I can presume it was bird strike, as seagulls have been officially recorded breeding here in this area on databases since the 70s. Furthermore, the decision to move the flight path from Denali closer in to our affected local communities makes no logical sense, especially when Sorell Council has stated they advocated for Denali residents and their wellbeing in 2017. This further adds insult to injury that, for some reason, the same standards do not apply to Fawcett, Primrose Sands and Carlton residents. Finally, misrepresentation of data to downplay noise levels and mislead the community by underreporting exposure using averaging techniques over wide areas. Inaccurate modelling and confusing graphics, in my opinion, is appalling. For example, a 70 decibel zone extending 1 kilometre seems to be deliberate choice of displaying data because areas or noise above 80 decibels would be considered extremely loud and potentially dangerous level of exposure if you're looking at workplace health and workplace impact standards. So other industries on the ground, this would apply. Also, using broad spectrum averaging does not consider the law of attenuation. For every 4 metres from the source equals a 6 decibel drop. Thus, there is a very different impact for those directly under a flight path versus 1 kilometre away. And in my experience, seeing I've moved 1 kilometre away, this is the difference between annoying and disturbing. Furthermore, as a 5th generation descendant of a former editor-in-chief of the Mercury, I find abusing statistics and not checking data if it is accurate in order to push hidden agendas is particularly disgraceful, especially in journalism, as was the case recently, where our community has experienced being singled out due to statistics and complaining. The accumulation effect of this situation shows complete disregard for local welfare and highlights industry incompetence or worse, corruption. My father was also one of the few people in Australia qualified to work on aircraft black boxes. Unethical behaviour and lack of corporate accountability in the aviation industry is not new, and it has had dramatic impact on my family's well-being 2 decades ago and again now more recently. Neither, in my view, is the industry sustainable. It is a heavy polluter and can only operate profitably by unethical behaviour. Therefore, stricter regulation is needed and legislation needs to be updated to protect local communities, particularly looking at compensation. Fines also need to be imposed for breaches in standards. Side issues I have also identified are helicopter pilots who regularly fly over our communities below legal limits, and they seem to act with immunity, and the increasing use of drones by tourists and hobbyists. I would like to ask that gaps and shortfalls in legislation and lack of protection please be addressed and fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hager. I have one question, and it's a matter that's been raised by a couple of you in relation to the height, and Ms. Minucci, you've mentioned it a couple of times. Have you requested any actual flight height information in relation to what you've talked about? I acknowledge the point that you made earlier that the measurements that you're talking about relate to sea level. So I get that that's an issue, but is there any compilation of flight data that would give, and I think Ms Murray, you talked about it as well, the height, Mr Drury even, the height that the aircraft appear to be flying over. Is there any data that we could look at, or a source of data that you're aware of?
Basically, what's been discussed here today is you've actually got people talking from different points or communities.
No, I understand that.
Okay,
so
a height at 4
if you're aware of or have been given any data.
We have asked Air Services Australia and Rebecca White. We went and saw Rebecca White. Sorry,
Yeah, she was member for Lions.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to know her title, sorry. But we went and saw Rebecca. A group of us went and saw her. We actually sat in on a conversation, asked her to put that forward to Air Services on our behalf and asked for a height meter and also sound meter to be installed on Primrose Sands to get to the bottom of what seems to be quite confusing data. Mm-hmm. What I understand is that from what I'm seeing on Flight Tracker and things like that, especially the one that Air Services Australia use, which is called WebTrack, that actual data is actually Flight Radar 24 seems to be real-time data, whereas WebTrack data is actually 20 minutes. There's a delay of 20 minutes, and I believe it goes through a filtering system which actually smooths the flight path to actually, if it smooths the flight path, and all the data is actually collated that way. So we've got no real way of knowing exactly what the height is unless someone comes out with some surveying equipment and checks the height. Basically, what I've done personally is because the flights are flying directly over where I am, I've actually done mathematically. I've got my the measurements out to do with how far the plane is away from Carlton River, how far the plane I believe is crossing the ground. And so if I know how far, whereabouts it crosses the ground, and I know at what angle I am away from that point, and I know the angle with which the flight's flying, you can actually do it by triangulation. And those figures, even if I actually expand the data, it's coming in at roughly about 900 to 1,200, 1,300 feet. And basically 1,000 feet is only 300 metres. If this flight path is shifted out into the east coast, we're talking about 10,000, which is 3K up. So international to do with the environment environmental laws say because we've got eagles' nests and things on the bluff, it's meant to be 3,000 feet. There needs to be a 3,000 feet odd height and width, so planes should not be in that area for the safety of the planes and for the birds. Anything under 3,000 feet is actually the emissions from the planes, because the planes are actually not spreading they don't spread their ultrafine particles. The jet engines, I believe, they actually have a vortex that actually, so basically all the actual pollutions that come out of the plane are being actually pumped straight down to the ground. And because we're so close to the ground, that's why we're actually smelling the kerosene coming out of the back of those planes as they come through. So we're not actually being, it's not floating through the air, it's being actually, there's a propulsion down on those residents that because of the height of the planes. And because of the noise level, it's actually, we're actually getting quite a substantial amount of noise. And as Eva has said, we're getting reverberations in that because we have got topography. I'm not a specialist in that area, but the thing is, the sounds are reverberating through our homes. We can't hear each other speak when a plane's going over. We're getting a lot of planes. The airport is increasing, the numbers are increasing, and if we don't get this right, we've got the short-term and long-term health impact of a community placed directly over us. We've got a highway of planes, and we've got no. They're not listening, and they're not even using common sense. No one in their right mind would wish that on anyone. And anyone that actually came and actually stood underneath it and experienced what we're experiencing, they would actually have shifted this a long time ago. And this has been here since 2019. And the thing is, it's time for it to move, and it's time for them to close this flight path down over this area.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that. We'll see what we can find in relation to that information. That I think.
Sorry, that was very long-winded.
No. Very happy for you to get it all out.
Yep.
But your observations are pertinent in the fact that there are clear implications with respect to height. It's something that's raised as an aircraft's going over. Height has an impact. It's something that's been raised in other hearings that we've heard as well. So I'll see what data we can find on that. That completes our hearings for today. Can I thank you all for taking the time to come and provide evidence to us. Thank Hansard and Broadcasting for getting us to the air. Thank you to the Secretariat for organising everything. Thank you, Senator Darmanin, for coming to sunny Tasmania for the day. We'll let you go so you can escape and go back to the North Island. Thanks, everybody. I really appreciate your evidence today. I think it's been really useful for us in the conduct of our inquiry. Declare the hearing suspended. I think that's the right term, isn't it? Adjourned.